Hey, what's going on, everybody? How's it going? So happy everyone's here. Sorry about that long intro. I tried to start early, and it did not work out the way I wanted. So it is what it is. You know what they say.
Communism is the very definition of failure.
So, let's see who's here tonight. Catherine K with the first. What's up, man? Bella, 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 Bella. Steve Hilliard, how you doing? It is some crazy times. Yes, it is. Renee Collins, how you doing? Hey, Doc, how you doing tonight? Hey, G Harkman, not first, but you're still here. Oh, that low watermark comes in. Boom, with the big bucks. For 10, it says, make Jim do many extra hours. It becomes a week from next Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you very much for the 10. I'll go towards the goal. My loaf of bread has an odd number of slicers. Half sandwich, I guess. Patrick Sims says, sup, nerds? I'm not late. Is Jim taking a while because he lost his plug for the inflatable dog? Actually, what happened was I went to change the battery on my vape pen, and the cap dropped, and I couldn't find it. It took me 15 minutes to find it. It rolled under a cabinet, and anyway, it was what it is. Let's see. None of your business. How you doing? Hey, Mika. How you doing? Who's handsome? What's up? Nanny Goat. And yeah. Bob tells you. Wait, this isn't Bob's channel. My bad. It is what it is. Let's see who else is here. Hey, S. Fontaine, what's going on? Sharon Tyler, John Mosley, Sanglant, nice to see you. Terry, how you doing? Snarf, what's up, buddy? Rachel Boone, and J.H. Schwalbach, what's up, buddy? How you doing? So, first things last, let me fix the banner because we are now with that $10. That means we are 65 away from the first additional hour, and we are also. Just so everyone is aware, man, make sure you hit that like and subscribe to the channel. It really helps. And don't forget that any donation or gifted memberships, 5 gifted memberships or donation of $25 or greater will get Bellavision activated. And this is what she looks like. I could show you real quick so you know. This is her. She's just chilling. It's a little taste. The first taste is free. Hey, Mr. K, how you doing? All right. Let's jump right into this first story of the evening. Sorry. Hey, Colorado Mountain Girl, how you doing? So, a Biden judge gave Justice Kavanaugh's would-be assassin less time than J6ers received for trespassing. Hey, Deanna, how you doing? This is nuts, right? All right. Maryland U.S. District Judge Deborah Boardman. And you might think it's Deborah, but she pronounces it Deborah. A Biden appointee is a national disgrace. She only sentenced 8 years instead of 30. Someone who attempted to murder Justice Kavanaugh and his family in their home. Make no mistake, today's Democrats want conservatives killed. Deborah Boardman, just another Democrat activist posing as a judge. Being of Palestinian descent on her mother's side, Judge Boardman was fascinated with issues related to the Middle East. Also, to use her talents to solve real-world problems and fight for social justice. That's who she is. And just remember this, Democrat judges gave a shorter sentence to a man who attempted to murder a Supreme Court justice than a woman who disputed the 2020 election. That's right, the woman who said, hey, there's a problem with the 2020 election, Tina Peters, she took some, I have to correct this. Looking rather large and in charge. That's better. Tina Peters, who said that there was a problem with the election and took made a copy of the stuff just so they could keep track of everything and there wouldn't be any mistakes and they didn't lose any information. She got 9 years. You don't know if it's true, but it's being reported in a few places that Netflix lost $15 billion since the protests been going on. Anybody affected those numbers? I've seen that. I don't know how you would know that. I mean, if they're just talking about market cap, like people shorting it maybe or something, I don't know. Mhm, mhm, mm. So, mhm. Concerns was raised about or that Alex Jones was in the room today, and he alleged that it was Deputy AD who shut down. Oh no, this is not had nothing to do with this. Never mind. Sorry. So Pam Bondi says the attempted assassination of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh was a disgusting attack against our entire judicial system by a profoundly disturbed individual. The Justice Department will be appealing the woefully insufficient sentence imposed by the district court, which does not reflect the horrific facts of this case. Mhm. You were curious how they came to that also? Like, I don't know. You'd have to look. Like, I mean, I can look real quick. So take a second. Uh, uh, so here, this will just take a second. Show this. This might be it right here. What they're talking about. You got in the last 5 days. It says that Netflix is down. I mean, it did drop. Like here, it was down to 1140 from 1220. So that would be almost 100 points. So, I mean, you'd have to go with its market cap. You would have to look at that and determine what the losses, how much, do the math on it. I don't know. It's down 5% almost in the past 5 days. So, I don't know what its market cap is. 490 billion. So 5% of 490 billion would be like 20. Yeah, it's probably 15 billion. What did you say? 15 billion. It makes about sense. Yeah. So if you do the math on that, that's what that must be what they're talking about. Todd Blanche says this sentence was substantively unreasonable. An assassination plot against Supreme Court justice strikes at the heart of our republic, as Pam Bondi stated. We will appeal to correct this miscarriage of justice and defend the rule of law. Yeah, it has to be oodles of money. Numbers good, huh? Yeah, I mean, it says 490 billion is its market cap, so half a trillion, so 5%. You know, that's a lot of money. Hey, good evening, Jim and the Jim Somniacs. Yes, how you doing? Hey, Tim Lorsong, what's up? Yeah, Obama must be selling his shares. Could be. This person says she's just another Democrat activist. Oh, we saw this poisoning as a judge. We saw this. Yes. Mm-hmm. The Boardman also cited President Trump's executive order from January 20th, which states that transgender inmates must be incarcerated in prisons that correspond with the gender they were assigned with at birth. Because this person just decided, Roski's disclosed in September, attorneys disclosed in September that he is transgender. I'm not going to say she because it's not a she. Sorry, it's not. You don't get to pull that shit and then get sentenced, go to jail, and then go, oh, I'm a woman now, so send me to a woman's prison. Here's the story. Justin would-be assassin sentenced to only 8 years in prison amid claims of transgender struggles. So yeah, so that's what they listed as the social justice and the transgender struggles. That yeah. So yeah, and I'm not streaming. Just so everyone knows, I'm only streaming on Rumble and YouTube tonight because there was an issue with StreamYard. I had everything all set up to go, and I don't know. I went to sit down and I looked and I was like, wait, why is it gone? Why is nothing set up? What is going on? And so I don't know what happened. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I'm confused. So I had to start everything late and I wasn't able to get everything set up on other stuff. So I'm not streaming on X, I'm not streaming on Facebook, I'm not streaming on Kick, I'm not streaming on Locals, I'm not streaming on TikTok, I'm not streaming on Instagram. Yeah, so it's just us. Roski, who now identifies as Sophie and uses female pronouns, was sentenced to 97 months, roughly 8 years, in federal prison on Friday for attempted murder of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. It's a 30 years what it's supposed to be. 30-year sentence is what it's supposed to be. The sentence handed down by U.S. District Judge Deborah Boardman, a Biden appointee, comes despite prosecutors pushing for at least 30 years. Roski, then 26, traveled from California to Maryland armed with a Glock pistol, a tactical knife, zip ties, and other gear, intending to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh in retaliation for the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Roski was arrested outside the justice's home after calling 911 on himself, expressing suicidal thoughts. He pleaded guilty in April to attempted murder charges. During the proceedings, defense attorneys argued for a reduced sentence, citing Roski's mental health struggles, including depression and gender dysphoria. Says he grew up as a Christian conservative in a Christian conservative family. He battled with mental health issues during the COVID-19 pandemic, stopped therapy and medication, and began questioning his gender. Letters to the judge from family members highlighted how Roski's closeted transgender identity contributed to the breakdown and expressed concern about him being able to transition to a woman while in prison. So yeah, we're going to have to pay for this transition in prison? Seriously? I don't fucking think so. I mean, yeah, I don't think so. Roski also wrote a letter apologizing for his assassination plot. I am very sorry for contributing to a trend of political violence in American politics. I don't know if his was a trend. I think he started the trend. He was raised by conservative Christian parents who loved me and still love me. When Dobbs came around, I was still in the closet and had not been taking medicine or going to therapy for 2 years. When the draft leaked, my self-esteem was at rock bottom, along with my hope for the future. So his relatives plead for leniency because he's transgender. Prosecutors, however, emphasized the gravity of the politically motivated attack, pointing to his online posts discussing the potential impact of killing a justice and preparation for the act. They sought a 30-year sentence under federal guidelines, which recommends 30 years to life for such crimes. With good behavior, Roski could be out of prison in as little as 4 years. 4 years. But they sentenced those Proud Boys to 20 years and 30 years for not even going into the Capitol. Remember? Judge Boardman sentenced Rosie to 97 months in prison, which is what his lawyers asked for. Sentencing guidelines called for 30. But she undid most of the terrorism enhancement. He could be out in 4 years with good behavior. Judge Boardman, who faced criticism for past rulings, including one against parents seeking to opt out of LGBTQ-themed school lessons, later reversed by the Supreme Court, opted for a lighter penalty. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said she will appeal the woefully insufficient sentence. The attempted assassination of a Supreme Court justice was a disgusting attack against our entire judicial system by a profoundly disturbed individual. The Justice Department will be appealing this woefully insufficient sentence imposed by the district court, which does not reflect the horrific facts of this case. That's from Cassandra McDonald over there. Let's see, the Daily Wire said transgender man who planned to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh gets off easy with just 8 years. They asked for a lenient sentence because of the harshness of the conditions of confinement will face due to the Bureau of Prisons policy regarding transgender inmates. So because he's trans, so now trans are just killing people and they could try to kill people, and the judges will just be like, well, since you're trans, you're going to have a hard time in prison, so we're going to let you out early. Is that how it works? So we do have two tiers of justice, and the trans are special. What's this? What's this? This is a good song from Low Watermark. Oh, that's the Nick Rekieta song. Yeah. John Roberts needs to get off his arse and start impeach some of these activist judges. Well, that's up to the that's up to the Congress to actually do that. So that is a good song, though. By the way, I thought that was nice. It was very very nice of you to put that in there. I need to get this guy to make me a song. With My Room Records, I need to get him to make me a song. Yeah, he was the guy who was obviously worried he was going to need an abortion soon. What's Nick doing these days? He's just focusing on his family and his faith and getting his stuff all together. And he'll be back streaming soon. He's nervous about streaming right now, I think, because of this whole HRO stuff with the dickhead with the toe. So because the toe went and got an HRO out on Nick, and because of Nick's probation and everything, he can't risk something, even if it's bullshit, something happening to him and where he could get his probate, because basically that's what this toe clown did. Is he's trying to send Nick to prison for 5 years or whatever it was, whatever his sentence was, 4 years, whatever Nick's sentence was, instead, and screw up his deal by putting him under this thing. So oh, somebody just sent me something. Yeah, the guy needs to get his act together. Trans the toe. Yeah, right? There you go. He does. Somebody sent me something. I want to look at this and see what it is. Is it something worth playing? Oh my God. Okay, I will not be using that. Thanks, though, Cynic. I appreciate it. All right. What did who do? So it says he pled guilty and all this stuff, and I don't know. His legal name remains Nicholas. It's not known that he identifies as transgender until his lawyer stated it in court filings ahead of his sentence. Well, hey. It says, Jim, he was going after Kavanaugh. It's not like he wanted to take out Ketanji, Very Brown Jackson. White privilege, Yeah, well, if he was trying to take out her, I'm sure there would have been like major problems. They would have charged him with hate crimes. They would have went after like very, very, very badly. And so with that $5, our goal is now $60 for an additional hour or Bellavision, unless we get the Bellavision activated by any individual $25 donation, and that donation could come in as PayPal, Cash App, locals, coins, Rumble rants, super chats, gifted memberships, you name it, and that they'll all be taken in and added up. And if we hit the 60 now, we'll add an hour and activate Bellavision. Or if an individual one of 25 comes in, we will activate Bellavision immediately. And don't forget, please, to hit that like and subscribe to the channel. Nick, I meant. Yeah, no. Oh, Nick? Nick didn't do anything. Nick went to this toe clown went, I hate doing this. This toe clown went and got a harassment restraining order against Nick Rekieta because Nick Rekieta went to the sentencing hearing for the toe guy who shared revenge porn against Nick's wife, share an unauthorized nude picture of Nick's wife. He shared it live on stream, and he was getting sentenced. And because Nick went there, he said it was harassment for Nick to go to the sentencing and support his wife, who was the victim. And the fact that this is going on in Somalia Soda shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, that they got like Sharia over there, and maybe they're going to want to stone the wife or something because it's keeping with Sharia law. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Jay Swalback, for the 5. And as everyone knows, I'm not going to get it. So yeah, so there's that. Post Millennial has a story too. His trans would be a sentence only 8 years in prison as the judge takes his identity into consideration. Yeah, so your identity, which is not, remember that whole thing about justice being blind? You know, the blindfold with the scales? Not in this courtroom. In this courtroom, she looks at you and goes, oh, you're this. So I'm going to take that into account in how I sentence you. So like the opposite of being, fair and balanced, impartial, non-biased, you know, justice being blind. Not in her courtroom. No. Mm-hmm. He was sentenced to 8 years for the attempt on Kavanaugh's life. Prosecutors asked for 30, and Judge Deborah Boardman handed down a little more than 8 years. Mm-hmm. Boardman also used the female pronouns for the male would-be assassin. Oh, of course she did. Of course she did. It's only because he noticed the law enforcement that he didn't carry out the attack and he got scared because maybe all the estrogen he was taking. I don't know. If he was, I don't know. Boardman took Roski's trans identity into consideration in giving the sentence, which is basically not legal. Like, this should get overturned on appeal. Let's face it. That'd be like, well, what if she said, well, you're white, so I'm not going to sentence you to that long, or you're black, so I'm not going to sentence you that long, or whatever. It's one of them things that you're not supposed to do. Yeah. Nick is an idiot for not only staying in that state, but that county as well. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Because that begs the question, how did the guy get the new pick of Nick's wife? Well, it's kind of been all out there. There was some kind of, I don't know. This guy Toe, for some reason, had a wife who was like a Minnesota 9, a Chicago 7, a Minnesota 9. But anyway, and so Nick, whatever, there was some stuff going on, whatever they did, consenting adults in a hot tub, blah, blah, blah. And I guess this guy Toe snapped a picture at some time when Nick's wife was walking by topless or something, like a sneaky little perv that he was, snapped a picture to show it and then sent it to a guy on live stream, like, oh, check this out. Like, your boy didn't do too bad, did he? Like, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I don't know either. I hate interdrama. I try not to get involved in it. Really, I try not to talk about it and get involved in it because I don't care what people do. I really don't. None of my business. I'll make fun of people that do stupid things, but it's not my business. Yeah. So this is stuff like this is what matters to me. When you got judges saying, "I'm taking the fact that you're trans into account when I give you this sentence." Mm-hmm. Luke Rosiak was in the courtroom and said Judge Boardman, a Biden appointee, is referring to the defendant as Miss Roski and asking whether she will be placed in a women's prison and given hormone replacement. The implication is that if not, she will be given a shorter sentence. I blame Hakeem Hefe Jeffries. Yeah, I saw a whole bunch of those memes today, a bunch of them. I don't know if you guys are members of Bronca's show, but he did a whole bunch of, like a whole special edition of all the different ones. And so it kind of like, I was like, well, I don't want to just do that because I'm kind of copying. So, and Boardman is asking how the transgender status should impact the sentence and demanding evidence that longer sentences provide more deterrence. So basically calling into question everything. Like, here's the problem. There's going to be an issue now. Any person that this judge sentenced to any long length of time should be able to appeal it and go, I was prejudiced because I wasn't trans. Asking why 3 years later this person is a risk to the public. Always been a risk to the public. This is nuts. Boardman was asking how Roski's transgender status impact the sentence, demanding evidence in a longer sentence, asking why 3 years later is a risk to the public. Roski's mother was also on hand. She attested per Rosiak that she has attended PFLAG meetings and learned about the LGBTQ community. Well, you're part of the problem then. You should have said they were brainwashing your kid. Is it PFLAG or PFLAG? I've been portrayed as a monster, and the tragic mistake I made will follow me for the rest of my life. Well, that's generally how it works. It's called being an adult, and you do something like, I don't know. Boardman said that lesser sentence was attributable to Roski's failure to actually kill Kavanaugh or his family. The crime is attempted murder, not murder. Yeah, no. Go check out Bronca did a members only show. Like it's almost an hour long. And it's just nonstop, all these different ones. And Boardman credited Roski's decision to abandon the plot for his lack of criminal history and remorse. Judge also said he taken into account the President Trump's executive order will place Roski, a male, in a male facility. Biden administration had said that criminal men who believe they're women should be housed in women's prisons where they can rape other women. Many incarcerated women have spoken out against this, but have been referred to as bigoted for doing so. Yes, if you don't want to be raped by women with dicks, you're a bigot. Get in there and get your raping. Holy shit. Trump put a stop to this tomfoolery, which apparently influenced Boardman's decision to give Nicholas a lesser sentence. In court, Roski said, I was under delusion I could make the world a better place by killing Kavanaugh. Assistant U.S. Attorney Corinne Mao contradicted all of this, saying Roski poses a very real threat to our system of government. Roski also threatened the lives of other Supreme Court justices. Yeah, but not any ones this judge likes or cares about. If it was one of the judges she liked or cared about, if it was Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson or Elena Kagan or the wise Latina Sotomayor, then she would have probably gave him 100 years. No judge or public official should have to live under the fear of thinking that at any moment, any given day, at any given time, they could be killed in cold blood simply for doing their job. I'm just going to say, maybe. Hey, 75 people watching right now live on YouTube. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. All right. On to the next story. I don't know if you guys noticed. Well, I'm going to tell you. I got this new. Somebody put me on to this. Patrick put me on to this through someone else. Put me on to this new software called Opus Clips. Well, Opus Clips automatically will take all my live streams. Like they're going to take my live streams as soon as they're done. They're going to grab them and they're going to chop them up into clips and put them out automatically. So we're going to see how that works. I don't know if it works or not. So you're going to be getting a bunch of shorts. So I hope you like shorts and also some other clips too. But well, thank you for the life, Mr. Redneck Hipster. I don't know what's wrong with my brain today. I'm flipping words or letters around in words. So happening now, heavy military presence outside the Broadview ICE facility in Illinois. Snipers can be seen on top of the armored vehicles. Protesters are also being arrested. This is insane. This is not America anymore. So this person here is a idiot, because we're going to show you. Jim hopes his streams get grabbed. I hope it get grabbed by somebody. You know, like, this is this idiot. All right, let's watch. This idiot says this is the military. Ready? This is. Just want to point out that it said police on there. Police. The military doesn't say police. It will say U.S. Marines, U.S. Army. It doesn't say police. That's just a police vehicle with riot like cops or whatever. And that guy's got it's not a sniper on the roof. It's a friggin' pepper ball gun. Yeah, they just the ice cream man. Yeah. Stop me when you're passing by. called a gunner, yeah. But he didn't have a turret or nothing. He was just come out of the top. That's all. It's not like a turret. That's just a hatch. But, that's just a pepper ball gun. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Actually, this is what it looks like when, cleaning up decades of violent Marxists that have decimated our cities. We'll get back to normal once we deal with you insurrectionists. Arrest those illegals and the commies. Yes, your America is dying, and good riddance. A new, better America is being born. The Broadview ICE facility has suddenly went quiet after state and local police showed up today and actually did their jobs. That's right. For whatever reason, the state police and others decided useless information. Your gunner in Iraq was a cook. Well, I mean, was it the Marines, Joe? Because aren't they all infantrymen first? Or riflemen? All Marines are riflemen? Oh, that's just part of the rideshare program? Well, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I appreciate it. Huh. Sorry. I have problems here. Mm-hmm. It's being reported that the authorities arrested paid agitators today. It's amazing what happens when Democrats get out of the way and allow state and local authorities to coordinate with federal agencies. Yeah.
Joey, here we have had huge crowds of protesters coming out every Friday for the past month. And this is the first time we are not seeing chaos. And that's because today, for the first time, state and local officials allowed police to actually be involved in the crowd control with these protests. And that's what they did this morning, is they cleared out this crowd of hundreds of activists that included some paid agitators, according to federal agents. We saw at least a dozen people taken into custody, and at least 5 are now facing charges, including 2 accused of attacking officers. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was here in Broadview at the ICE project.
Oh man, let me participate in the chat because I like this. Joe says all cook positions were contracted KBR, so they became riflemen. Must have been after Clinton, right? Because Clinton did that because they thought it would save money if they got private contractors to do all those things like the laundry and the cooking and all the stuff that were like other jobs that people had, and then, which is fine if you're not like actually in a war, but then all of a sudden, 9/11 happens and we got 20 years in billions and trillions of dollars being spent on, contractors to do the things that you're already paying an army guy that could do, Yeah. Was 2007, Bush, 2007? Everyone in the army is a rifleman first, not sure about the Corps. I thought it was the Corps. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. All cooks on deployment stayed in Kuwait. I mean, I guess it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. They used to actually have, I don't know. The cooks in the Navy were actually pretty damn good, man, and they did a good job. I never had a complaint about the food in the Navy, I'll tell you that. Oh, Mother Papillon says, sliding in late for class. Don't worry, we're just getting started.
Processing center this morning. You can see this video of her on the roof where a sniper's nest has been put up as the threats against ICE have increased after more than a month of often chaotic protest at this facility. Last night, though, despite not allowing local police to be involved in crowd control until today, Broadview's mayor argued ICE is completely to blame for the chaos.
When you see agents dispersing tear gas or chemical minutia or rubber pellets, what do you call it? It's unacceptable. We don't need to be policed. We know how to maintain.
The question from federal officials, though, is if you know how to police, why haven't you been doing it? And after more than a month of these chaotic protests, federal agents have been left on their own to deal with these huge crowds of hundreds of activists trying to keep ICE officers from bringing in the illegal aliens that they've arrested as part of Operation Midway Blitz. And the change you can see here tonight, it is just night and day from what we've been seeing over the past month. Joey?
Thanks, Garrett.
All right, leftists around.
Yeah, she did say chemical minutia, not munitions. But yeah, but she doesn't want any of these false allegations happening. Papado was a Navy cook. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, the only time I ever cooked in the Navy was during the 7-week, or no, not 7 week, the 7th week of boot camp, I think it was, or 8th week work week. I was in the kitchen, so that sucked. But it was all right though, because I got this. I was like, man, this is awesome. So, kinda, but it sucked, kinda. I don't know. Just all day there in the kitchen was kind of thing. And then Phil says, different units use different priorities. I guess our cooks were just typical Army cooks, very proficient in boiling plastic bags filled with various foods. He got hit with the minutia. Yeah. Oh, hey, other Jim. Hi. Oh, he's dead, Jim. I see now. So yeah, so that's going on. So we got that stuff going on. Let's see anything else here. So, and then we'll go back to this. The Clear Act of 2025 empowers state and local law enforcement to assist ICE operations. Exactly what happened in Broadview. For years, sanctuary policies block coordination, letting violent agitators escape and exploit for chaos. Now, with federalized guard support under Title 10 authority, Section 240D, agencies can finally detain criminal aliens and process removals without blue state obstruction. You always like the diagrams of the MRE heaters, rock or something, yeah, or a helmet. I don't know. I tell you, man, I always keep MREs on hand. I advise. Yeah, I would tell everybody, always have a good supply. Have a couple months worth of food, always in your house for multiple people, for however many people you have. You can get MREs. You can get them still pretty cheap. Not even the military ones, but you go to a place it's called like SurePack, and they'll sell you cases of them for like $100, $110 they were last time I went. And they're not disgusting. They're actually pretty good, man. The new ones, they're pretty good. I mean, they're edible. It's like Chef Boyardee, really. I mean, yeah. I mean, some of it's pretty gross, but honestly, there's some really good stuff in there. The good one, actually, the best, if you really for some good stuff, is the what is it? The 24-hour, like the assault rations, the ones that are like no that are just grab and eat. I can't remember what the fuck they're called, but they're pretty good. They come in a lot of like bars and different things to eat and stuff. And also go to Mountain House and get yourself some freeze dried stuff to have on hand. It lasts 30 years. Keep it, and that way you're always set. You never know, something bad can happen, solar flare or something. Yeah. So Doge AI has some kind of problem with Senator Padilla, because always he keeps bringing up Senator Padilla's 2025 stunt interrupting DHS operations proof Democrats prioritize performative outrage over public safety. ICE secures facilities, targets actual threats, and ignores professional protesters funded by open border groups. Numbers don't lie. Mm-hmm. Spam, 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 spam. Yeah. But no, dude, I got some, I'm gonna tell you, who said MRE stink, man. There was a barbecue beef brisket that was really pretty damn good. It was like a big piece of meat in there. I don't know, but maybe they're improved the new stuff. I mean, I remember the old stuff was bad, I remember C rations. So and used to bust the can open to get the chocolate, hot chocolate out. That was when I was a kid, though. I'd get them from my uncle. I wasn't when I. But anyway, yeah. So prison is a perfect place for leftists. Think about it. Mm-hmm. And, ICE drone footage shows anti-ICE protesters obstructing the duties of our officers and agents during the Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago. While personnel tried to protect federal property, one agitator who made headlines last week because of his superhero apparel can be seen picking up a tear gas canister and throwing it at our officers. He was arrested and charged. Oh, you love C rations? Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, Joe, don't. No, you didn't derail the show. There's no way to derail the show. I derail it myself. That's what I do. I derail it. But check out some of the new stuff. Go to SurePack and get some of the new stuff. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, like some of the different, what is it, like a Mexican something or other is pretty good. And then Oh. Hey, Phil, what are you doing? I wasn't in that kind of Navy. I was in the regular Navy. It's weird. They have drones out here, but they didn't have drones in Butler, and they didn't have any drones for Charlie Kirk. The show hit the MRE Junction in East Palestine, Ohio. Oh, I'm out. I'm not gay anymore. Okay. Sea rash and ham and lima beans were a Geneva Convention violation. It's possible. You know, what else was brutal is the Four Fingers of Death MRE, the hot dogs. That'll get you. Anyway, so I let that play through a little too much. Mm-hmm. And I got breaking news. Chicago councilman just called ICE a fascist authoritarian system and is actively pushing to abolish it. He also claimed that Chicago Democrats are working to block all cooperation between the city police and federal agencies. It's obvious that Democrats would rather protect foreign criminals than the safety of their own constituents. You have a 90-day supply, probably should get more. Yeah, I mean, I have quite a bit. You gotta eat it. Like MREs. Like if you get the MREs, those things. I mean, if you keep them in your house in a cool, dry place, they'll last well over 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, depending on stuff. You got to keep track of it though, and keep an eye on them. You can freeze them too, but if you freeze them, you got to make sure they stay frozen solid and not mess around. You can't mess around with them. You got to basically put the whole cases in your deep freezer and freeze them, and then they should last for like a long, long time. But beside that, like you just occasionally eat them and stuff. Like I have probably several months worth of the freeze dried stuff. You know, the number 10 cans of like chili mac and stuff like that from Mountain House and the different things. And you know, Mountain House breakfasts aren't bad either. You get like they have the what is it, the granola with the blueberries and milk. You put the water in there, and it's like a breakfast thing. That's pretty good. And you know, I don't know. And the eggs is, I mean, it's not great, but it's edible. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sunshine? How you doing? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's obvious Democrats would rather protect foreign criminals than safety. Yeah. This is who the Chicago aldermen are. Just so everyone knows.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Joel Quesada. That's ANTHONYJOELQUEZADA, and I'm the alderman of the 35th Ward. I want to thank everyone for being out here this afternoon. We fully condemn ICE's activities today here in Humboldt Park, across the Northwest Side, and across the United States. What this is a reflection of a fascist and authoritarian system that is seeking to divide our nation based off of our heritage, based off of where we come from, based off of who we love, and based off of our basic humanity. We are making an appeal to every single person in the city of Chicago and across our nation to stand up. We need you in this moment. We need you to understand that through our solidarity and through our courage, we can fight back, we can abolish ICE, and we can prosecute all of these people who are attacking our Constitution and the basic fundamental human rights of people here today. Right. The city of Chicago is taking firm action. We are a sanctuary city, but we know we need to make our laws stronger and our processes more clear. That is why we are so glad that our colleague Jesse Fuentes of the 26th Ward introduced an ordinance to amend the COPA ordinance, which would give a full authority to COPA to investigate any alleged activities between the Chicago Police Department and ICE. We need to make sure, because we need to establish trust between our community members and the Chicago Police Department, that there will be no collaboration whatsoever, because we are a sanctuary city. So we want to grant COPA the full authority to have that power to investigate any alleged activities or collaboration between ICE and the Chicago Police Department. The Office of the Inspector General always has the authority to investigate any city officials and other capacities. Are
you sure that's not a Cuban flag?
If there's any collaboration. We also have an ordinance that was introduced by my colleague Andre Vasquez, which was going to mirror the same ordinance and resolution that my colleague, Commissioner Jessica Vasquez, introduced at the county. But unfortunately, one of my colleagues sent that to the Rules Committee. It is cowardice that people in this council are not standing up for our immigrant communities. Every single one of you needs to call your alderman today, tomorrow, and every single day and week and ask them, what are you doing to stand up to ICE? What are you doing to hold this fascist and authoritarian government accountable? What are you doing? And there will be consequences if they're doing nothing about it. So we call it
what consequences? Is he threatening to kill
hold
people?
your elected officials accountable. Stand out in the streets in full solidarity and courage, because together we can protect our community.
Wow. Ask yourself, you really want the country run by the same party that runs New York, San Francisco, Chicago, Seattle, Portland? Do ya? Do ya? Do ya? Yeah. And the ICE chief fires back at Chicago area mayor, cites violent rioters after weeks of Broadview unrest.
Let's begin with Mike Tobin, who is live in Chicago with more on the protesting. Mike.
And Harris, ICE now maintains or says that they have taken some 800 people off the street who are in the country illegally. And ICE maintains that they are only targeting people who have criminal charges or criminal convictions in addition to their illegal status.
A whole bunch of illegal aliens
Some
that
of
they
the
let out of
examples
city
ICE has
councils.
provided. Stefan Sev from Austria, previously convicted of sexual assault, currently charged with murder, rape, or sexual abuse of a minor. Blanca Cecilia Sanchez from Venezuela. ICE says she's a confirmed member of Tren de Aragua. Yake Michelle Ramirez Alvarez, convicted of armed robbery with a firearm. There is fallout now from the multi-agency raid Monday night, Tuesday morning of an apartment building on Chicago's South Side. Border Patrol says the building had been taken over by squatters and ultimately criminal gangs. There were 6 high-value targets they were searching for as federal agents stormed the building and gained control. Democrats in Chicago complain that this is Trump militarizing the occupation of an American city.
He is spending billions of dollars putting helicopters over people's heads and their housing and having people who are militarized and masked abducting people.
Opponents of Operation Midway Blitz took to the streets yesterday evening. Hundreds gathered to oppose enhanced immigration enforcement. The protest was organized by the Coalition Against the Trump Agenda, an aggregate of protest groups in Chicago. The protest was peaceful. They blocked a little bit of traffic. The clashes have largely been restricted to the western suburb Broadview, where ICE has that processing facility. Harris, back to you.
Oh, so now Fox is doing the mostly peaceful crap too?
Mike, thank you very much.
Oh, J.H. Swalback with 5 says, Jim, I've got a cookbook that I got from the Twilight Zone. How to serve man. When the time comes, I'm just going to eat my neighbors. And with that 5, we are now 55 away from the first additional hour or Bellavision. Unless we get the, for a $25 donation, which would mean if anyone wants to give away like 5 memberships, that would be $25. That's actually $30. 5 memberships would be Bellavision, stuff like that, or, whatever. And make sure you hit the like and subscribe too, all 90 of you. Oh, yeah. Fox has been compromised ever since the 2020 election call in Arizona. Yes. Fox is no different than CNN. I think they're worse because they've got a lot of boomers confused and tricked. Yes, that was the fallout sound from Level Up. I also have...
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Based Liberty Prime, yes. More train bell? Wow. We'll see what happens. So, yeah. 5 people charged in connection with the anti-ICE riots. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons fired back at the communist mayor who accused the agency of waging a war on her community and slammed violent rioters who he has seen been laying siege to immigration enforcement operations in Chicago for weeks now. For weeks. Yeah, we need some super mutants, right? Definitely. That'd be great. ICE Processing Center in Broadview, Illinois, has been at the center of chaotic protests for weeks. Protesters have blocked law enforcement vehicles and shouted threats. In response, federal law enforcement have repeatedly deployed riot control measures. Yes. Julio Scissors goes, let's rally, PayPal, Super Chats, Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, Money Order, Western Union. Well, it's not all those. We do have PayPal, we do have Super Chats, we do have Cash App, we do have Rumble Rants, we do have Locals Coins, and we do have memberships, gifted memberships on both Rumble and YouTube. So there's all those. But thank you. Now we are 45 away from the first additional hour and or carrier pigeon. Yes, carrier pigeon works. Oops. No. Okay. All right. On Friday, Broadview Mayor Katrina Thompson sent a letter to ICE in which she accused the agency of making war on her community, endangering nearby village residents. In response, ICE accused Thompson of distorting reality and pointing her finger in the wrong direction, while our officers are protecting her community and others from real threats while also facing skyrocketing violence against them, including at the Broadview facility. The agency said in the past week alone, rioters have been arrested for assault and obstruction. 3 of them were carrying loaded firearms. They restricted the airspace to a drone threat in Chicago today. The Lions responded to Thompson in a follow-up letter in which he criticized her for heating up the rhetoric against ICE and enabling agitators to escape violence, placing federal officers and residents in harm's way. That's a $1 value. Well, thank you. Actually, I don't think it is. I think it's just a member chat. He said repeated requests for assistance from the state and local law enforcement. But thank you very much for that member for 2 months, GS Harkman. Chicago Area Mayor says, we don't need no God here. That sounded like a gunshot. It does look like a lot of fun. If our officers were provided the support they need, the crowd control measures referenced in your letter would not be necessary. He said that the crowds have presented a direct threat to the lives of law enforcement. Chants of shoot ICE and physical attempts to breach the facility cannot be dismissed as peaceful protests. They are direct threats to the lives of the federal personnel and to the public safety. The relentless actions of these individuals and their attempts to obstruct the enforcement of federal law are unacceptable. Yeah, they need to get some of them 40 mics and start, splashing, they say. The rioters are laying siege and interfering with legitimate law enforcement operations. Failure to provide help makes you a party to the obstruction of justice. You can either continue to be part of the problem or choose to be part of the solution. Yeah, you're jealous of all that action. You're just sitting here. I know. I wish I was a little younger. If I was 10 years younger, buddy. David Ormsby, a spokesperson for the Broadview, dismissed the letter, saying ICE acting director must have used grok to compose his letter because it's full of hallucinations. Really? Huh. And watch as state police prepares ICE protest zone. Energy policy debates continue. Today's edition of Illinois in Focus, the Center Square editor says that the Illinois State Police and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security over to public safety and immigration enforcement. Also moments of the Senate hearing. Also, this must be this.
The Center Square. In today's edition of Illinois in Focus Daily, the Center Square editor Greg Bishop shares the latest updates from Illinois State Police
and their views. These measures will also ensure that third parties that need access to the facility, including attorneys, weekday morning here. So again, let's go to this this news release from Illinois State Police. Yesterday, they said that they're setting up a unified command established to help protect First Amendment rights and public safety in Broadview. And let's go through this news release.
So they want to protect
it's
the
a
protesters.
joint command with the Police Department of Broadview, the Cook County Sheriff's Office, Illinois State Police, the Illinois Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management Services, and Cook County government. But it says at the request of the Broadview Police Department, the Cook County Sheriff's Office, and the Illinois State Police, with the assistance of Cook County Department of Emergency Management and Regional Security and Illinois Emergency Management Agency, have established a temporary unified command to coordinate public safety measures in Broadview around the facility being used by U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement. The Unified Command setting up designated areas where people can safely exercise their rights, which will support the safety of the public and ensure vehicular traffic can access roads in the area.
So they just want to make sure that the people can actually protest. All right. And we got this. Check this out. Antifa. With Antifa members inside of Broadview City Hall, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was not allowed in the building to use the restroom. The Antifa mayor, Katrina Thompson of Broadview, has allied her city with the insurgents against the federal workers trying to keep her community safe. Too many Democrats are members of Antifa, or at the very least are sympathetic to their cause.
Can we use the restroom? No, you cannot. We can? Okay. All right. Thank you. Interesting. That's what Governor Pritzker says is cooperation and keeping people safe.
So why wouldn't they let you in? What's been going on here? What's been going on here, Secretary?
We were coming to go out and do some operations to pick up some guys with criminal convictions on them, and the city police wouldn't even let us use a restroom.
And you were just blocked by a worker here from the city?
A worker at the municipal building here in Broadmoor would not allow us to go in and to use a restroom at the police station. So as much as these local leaders and governors talk about cooperating and having the backs of our law enforcement officers, this is what we have to put up with every single day. And all we're doing is getting criminals, terrorists, and cartels and gang members off the streets to make families safer here. It's ridiculous.
I mean, is impeding law enforcement? I mean, this is a real problem.
This is a real problem. I'm so proud of our officers that deal with this every single day. They know that America's got their backs, but what they face here every day is real prosecution.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible. Wow. Municipal Broadview building. What do you got? The Secretary of Homeland Security inside the building.
Wow. Why is she running away? She probably has to pee really bad or something. I don't know. I mean, what's she going to do? Fight to get in? I mean, there probably is some violation there that just happened by denying somebody access at the door. I mean, it doesn't matter who they are. They're not supposed to tell you to get out of. It's a public building. It's paid for with tax dollars. And, how dare she try to get the criminals out of the village or whatever. Yeah. So we'll have to see, maybe so if Antifa was declared a terrorist organization and Secretary Noem, who's the Secretary of Homeland Security, was denied entry in a building because there are terrorists inside that building, then why isn't Homeland Security storming that building and arresting the terrorists? It didn't seem like she had armed forces with her. Wow, great that Broadview is protecting our DHS Secretary from an Antifa ambush. Fair to say thanks. Yeah, glass half full. Mm-hmm. And this is the piece of shit DEI Broadview police chief who has refused to defend ICE agents under attack by Antifa domestic terrorists at the ICE facility is now pledging to bring in heavy equipment and tear down the fencing around the detention center. ICE's last line of defense. So this would be really funny if he tries this, because if I was any federal agents and somebody came with heavy equipment and tried to tear down the fencing, I think there might be some live rounds heading their way.
I know my job. I'm doing my job.
Broadview Police Chief Thomas Mills says ICE agents are breaking the law every day this fence is here, blocking the village street in front of this detention center.
We are experiencing an immediate public safety crisis.
A wall of metal built secretly overnight a week and a half ago without a permit or permission from emergency responders who might have to get to people or businesses on the other side of this now locked fence. But it's not just a public safety issue. It is also a symbol of the divide between the tiny village and the federal government.
Are you guys ready to just break that fence down if you have to?
We are. Well, we have been in contact with Public Works. They are equipped with heavy equipment to get that fence down. I know my job. I'm doing.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's time to take up the gloves and start arresting these police chiefs that are refusing to protect the ICE agents. 100%. They want to terminate him and prosecute him for the destruction of government property as soon as he, she, whatever the fuck moves the first panel. Yup. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Woke suburban Chicago police chief threatens to demolish the fence protecting the ICE facility. Police chief in the suburb of Broadview is threatening to tear down the defensive fencing holding back the unruly protesters from the ICE facility. Broadview officials and the chief have gone on the attack against ICE and claimed is they rather than the violent protesters who are endangering the nearby village residents. Yeah. How is this not an insurrection? Can you imagine if you as an individual protested against law enforcement? I mean, they can protest. The problem is they're not protest. Everything is becoming dangerous. You know, on Wednesday, Mayor Katrina Thompson and acting fire chief Matt Martin held a press conference to blast legal federal law enforcement actions around the facility. The relentless deployment of tear gas, pepper spray, and mace is endangering nearby residents, harming police officers and harming firefighters and American citizens exercising their First Amendment rights. You know, this is what sedition looks like. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. For his part, Chief Mills complained that the ICE agents have been short-tempered with the Broadview police officers. Yeah, he also accused ICE of breaking the law by putting up a protective fence. He even threatened to use heavy machinery to take it down. We're experiencing an immediate public safety crisis, the anti-ICE chief said. The deployment of tear gas, pepper spray mace, and rubber bullets by ICE near the processing center is creating a dangerous situation for the community. Only for the people that are there breaking the law. This is not Putin's Russia. This is America. You're right. If it was Putin's Russia, these people would all be dead. The city also claimed that they are opening a criminal investigation into ICE. Really? Huh. See how that works. Instead of criticizing the increasingly violent protests, Mills claimed that ICE officers shot pepper balls at a news reporter, hitting protesters with hit protesters with federal vehicles and caused criminal damage to property, and that they are at fault. Yeah, violence is not a First Amendment right. The right to peaceably assemble. Peaceably assemble.
Leaders in Broadview accused agents of violating laws and putting their community at risk outside an ICE facility there.
And the village's police chief even says agents verbally assaulted him and called him a fascist. Our investigative reporter Dave Savini spoke to the chief, who called this a public safety crisis.
Leaders in this village made it clear they want ICE out of here and they want its fence taken down.
I know my job. I'm doing my job.
Broadview Police Chief Thomas Mills says ICE agents are breaking the law every day this fence is here, blocking the village street in front of this detention center.
We are experiencing an immediate public safety crisis.
A wall of metal built secretly overnight a week and a half ago without a permit or permission from emergency responders who might have to get to people or businesses on the other side of this now locked fence. But it's not just a public safety issue. It is also a symbol of the divide between the tiny village and the federal government.
Are you guys ready to just break that fence down if you have to?
We are. Well, we have been in contact with Public Works. They are equipped with heavy equipment to get that fence down.
And then there's the chaos and conflict at the gate. Several recent incidents where federal agents fired projectiles and chemicals into the crowd.
The deployment of tear gas, pepper spray, mace, and rubber bullets by ICE near the processing center in the village of Broadview is creating a dangerous situation for the community.
The Department of Homeland Security is running a disinformation campaign, and they are making war on my community. ICE has to stop unprovoked chemical arms attacks on peaceful protesters and on journalists. This behavior is not normal.
Broadview PD has officially opened criminal investigations into federal agents who were accused of striking people with vehicles in 2 separate incidents.
And he shot right here. You can see the point of impact right there.
Also under investigation,
an ICE agent that was masked pointed his weapon and shot directly at my car. He saw my window was open.
The firing of a chemical projectile at CBS reporter Asal Razai, who was driving her car. Something the police chief addressed with me.
It's horrific.
And your reaction when you found out that a reporter was struck, her car was struck, and it went into her open window?
Oh, I just couldn't believe it when it happened. You know, like he said, it was no reason. I don't understand it.
The challenge now, finding out the identities of the masked federal agents who were accused of crimes.
We want to know who was working.
ICE responding to Broadview mayor saying, in part, Mayor Thompson is distorting reality, pointing her finger in the wrong direction, while our officers are protecting her community and others from real threats, while also facing skyrocketing violence against them, including at the Broadview facility. Now, the chief says he has heard from the Department of Homeland Security, and he says they've told him they will cooperate, but he says they didn't say to what extent. In Broadview, Dave Savini, CBS News, Chicago investigators.
All right, Dave, thank you.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the radical left-wing Democrat governor has also encouraged protesters who are becoming increasingly violent to continue to engage in obstruction. Pritzker, people of Illinois, we need your help. Get out your cell phones, record and narrate what you see, put it on social media, peacefully ask for badge numbers, and show the world that this is happening and we won't stand for it.
We'll continue to fight this with everything that we have.
Oh, so everything by any means
people of
necessary.
Illinois, we need your help. Get out your cell phones, record and narrate what you see. Put it on social media. Peacefully ask for badge numbers and identification. Speak up for your neighbors. We need to let the world know that this is happening and that we won't stand for it. I was surprised and pleased to see that a federal agent in New York was put on leave after he was caught throwing a woman to the ground.
And he was reinstated because it was all bullshit. He didn't throw the woman to the ground, you fucking fat liar. She tripped and fell.
Good. That would never have happened, though, if it wasn't on camera. So keep documenting. It could make a world of difference for someone, perhaps for all of us. We'll continue.
Yeah. Get back to this. So, and then meanwhile, ICE and federal officials have announced that they have taken more than 800 dangerous criminals off of Chicago streets. See, they're fighting for the criminals. The people they said, oh no, you're going to get the criminals, right? And they're getting the criminals. Yeah, they just show the world how retarded they are. And it's maddening. Yes, maddening. Very maddening. Have Democrats ever done anything peacefully? No. How big is his sombrero today? I can look. Let's see if there's a bigger sombrero. We'll check it out. We got this. There's multiple different stories. And then this is about this. Kristi Noem was barred at the doors and screamed at while trying to enter the Village of Broadview Municipal Building. Department of Homeland Security was blocked from entering the village. Noem was screamed at. Can we use the restroom? No, you cannot. A man shouted as he shut the door. This is what Governor Pritzker calls cooperation. This is what we have to put up every single day. We saw that. And then the Village of Broadview in Illinois receives $1 million a year in federal funding. Not anymore. Not anymore. That municipal building is not going to get any more money. I can bet you that's done. My team and I were just blocked from accessing the village of Broadview. The village of Broadview receives at least $1 million in federal funding. This is how J.B. Pritzker and his cronies treat our law enforcement. Yeah. That's what we say. The National Guard is making Illinois unsafe. Yeah. Yeah, well, because what the deal is, let me see. Let me look real quick and see if I can find if I find something. See if the White House put out anything today. I don't see anything. I don't see any yeah. I mean, we have this. The Democrats continue to hold our country hostage over demands to give illegal aliens free health care. Democrats are intentionally hurting Americans to help illegals. This madness must end. President Trump and Republicans want the government reopened immediately. When are they going to start firing people? I thought they were supposed to fire a bunch of people.
We are now in day 3 of the Democrat-led government shutdown. The Democrats continue to recklessly hold the American people hostage over their demands to give illegal aliens free health care. Republicans are fully unified behind passing nonpartisan clean funding bill, the exact same bill that Democrats approved back in March to reopen the federal government. But those same Senate Democrats are now voting against this clean funding bill and keeping the people's government closed. I understand Democrats will have an opportunity very shortly here to change course, and we hope that they will. There are significant personal impacts on millions of Americans as a result of this current government shutdown. The 1.3 million men and women of America's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Space Force who serve honorably and put their lives on the line to defend us all are not being paid. Military families are already seeking out food assistance because of financial anxiety caused by this Democrat shutdown. According to new reporting from the Military Times, staff members at the Armed Services YMCA food pantry distribution location near Fort Hood in Texas found a line of military families stretched around the side of the building yesterday at 5 in the morning. According to the staff who work there, that is, quote, not happened ever. They've already had a 34% increase this week over past weeks. President Trump and Republicans fundamentally believe we have a sacred responsibility to protect and provide for our military families with the resources they need to thrive. If Democrats believe in this very simple premise too, they should end this shutdown immediately. Unfortunately, the severe impacts of the Democrat shutdown extend beyond our troops. Nearly 7 million mothers, infants, and low-income families who rely on government-run food assistance will be in jeopardy if the WIC program runs out of money in the weeks ahead. The more than 13,000 air traffic controllers who ensure that Americans fly safely in airports across the country are currently working without pay. The National Flood Insurance Program is in danger of lapsing, which could leave families without necessary help if a disaster strikes, and we are in the middle of hurricane season. Critical services offered at Social Security field offices are reduced for senior citizens and disabled Americans. Helpful transition assistance programs are not being provided for veterans who fought to defend our country and are now trying to re-enter civilian life. The economic consequences of this shutdown are piling up every day. Policymakers, markets, and even the Federal Reserve are flying blind at a key juncture because BLS and BEA data are on hold until the government reopens. Democrats shutting down the federal government to give health care to illegal aliens could lead to lower growth and higher unemployment rates for Americans. According to a new memo from the Council of Economic Advisors, the U.S. economy could lose $15 billion of growth domestic product each week. Every single week, the Democrat shutdown extends, with a month-long shutdown leading to an additional 43,000 unemployed people. Small businesses are likely to encounter delays in receiving federal loans. Mortgage applications will likely shrink, And just this morning, Business Roundtable, an association of more than 200 CEOs of Americans' leading companies representing every sector of the U.S. economy, put out a statement urging Congress to pass the clean CR that will once again come before them in the Senate floor in just a few moments. Quote, a fully functioning government is essential for American businesses, workers, and consumers, while policymakers continue working on a full-year funding package and other pressing issues. Again, that is a quote from the Business Roundtable. What's clear is that the Democrats' actions account to an intentional sabotage of our country and our people by shutting down our government. This madness must end. President Trump and Republicans are calling on Democrats to reopen the government immediately on behalf of the American public.
That's right. Reopen it immediately. You reopen it immediately. You have this. I found this meme. So, yeah. Peak Sombrero Jeffries. Ready? So, yeah. So it's a little bigger. The sombrero's a little bigger. A little bigger. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Senator Hassan with sombrero. That's the 44 Democrat senators who voted for Schumer shutdown. I don't think I can play that without getting a strike, but there they are. They're all wearing it. Look at them. So close they're all wearing the hats. Look at them. Boom. They're all wearing them. Look at them. They're all wearing them. They're all wearing sombreros. Duckworth. There we go. Sombrero memes. Oh yeah, so this is the new picture for the Democrat Party right there. Create your meme, blah blah blah. So that's pretty cool. Civil War sombrero memes. Are you not entertained? So yeah, yeah, if he was smart, he would start wearing a sombrero and everyone would laugh. Yes. Republicans should have had a new funding bill for each day government is closed while adding a new item Republicans wanted. They should do something, they should do something. They should just start firing people. They said they were going to. So over a dozen arrested at the anti-ICE protest in Chicago suburb. Is this new or old?
Google still tracks you in incognito mode. Use DuckDuckGo, a real private browser.
I can't believe I'm getting.
DuckDuckGo, you get a built-in search engine.
Can't believe that they're doing me like that. So more than a dozen people were arrested by federal agents on Friday protests at the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Processing Facility in Broadview. People were arrested by the Cook County, arrested by local law enforcement. The Cook County Sheriff's Office said just before 8 a.m., 250 anti-ICE protesters gathered outside a facility where Illinois State Police and Cook County Sheriff's Office set up barricades for designated protest sites. Just hours later, tensions appeared to have died down. There we go. All right.
Chicago DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is on the ground there, visiting the ICE facility in Broadview, Illinois, as hundreds of anti-ICE protesters gather outside. That facility serves as the federal processing hub for what's being called Operation Midway Blitz. Garrett Tenney's there, live now, 30 minutes due west of Chicago. Garrett, hello.
Yeah, Bill, good morning to you. We are now more than a month into these protests outside this ICE facility with hundreds of activists showing up. And today, for the first time, you can see Illinois State State Police rather, is here on the ground doing crowd control. And just minutes ago, Border Patrol agents came out, had some kind of conversation with police and the Sheriff's Department, and they have been asked to all put on gas masks. You can see them all putting on their gas mask now, so it appears something is imminently about to happen. State Police have been lining this street, blocking it, trying to keep protesters from blocking the vehicles. That's what we've seen for more than a month now. That has been the big issue, is when these demonstrators have been blocking the vehicles from getting into the facility. That's been a complaint that ICE has said, to be able to say that's why we've been deploying all of these rubber bullets, this tear gas. And State Police, for the first time today, are now out doing crowd control, blocking off these roads to try to allow these ICE vehicles to come in and out of the facility with those who they have arrested. But
they're pushing people around the back. Go around the back.
so now they are clearing this area out even further to be able to allow these vehicles to come in and out. It clears like they are trying to disperse this area. There's two sides of this facility, Bill, and on the opposite side where we are, overnight, police set up barricades to try to allow protesters to have some space to be able to protest while allowing vehicles to come in and out. But protesters simply today went over to this other side where there are no concrete barriers, and that is why there's such a heavy police presence out here right now. But we've learned Secretary Kristi Noem is here on the ground today as well, and she was on the roof of the building a short time ago with Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino, who is heading up this operation. You can see this military vehicle that is coming up right now with a Border Patrol agent that is sitting out the top of that. And he appears to have a gun with pepper balls on him. And so, yeah, and they're moving this crowd back continually as we go here. But this is, over the last few weeks, has led to escalating tensions between federal agencies and local officials. And local officials have been increasingly complaining about the tactics that ICE has been using to allow their agents to do their jobs. They have been complaining local officials have not been doing them. And this is the first time today that we have seen State Police here, the Sheriff's Department here, trying to do anything to keep these protesters from blocking ICE vehicles from coming in and out of this facility.
A lot of people are wearing gas masks there. I see the officers wearing them. I guess members of the media and others. And we've been following Portland for a while, but Illinois has not reached this point until today. That's what you're saying, right, Garrett?
Well, we have seen tear gas, we have seen pepper bullets, we have seen rubber bullets that have been fired. But this is the first time we have seen a police presence here of this size, with State Police and officers from Cook County Sheriff's Department as well. And they were clearly given some kind of instruction here from Border Patrol to go ahead and mask up.
Garrett, it's Dana. I think it's jarring to see the masks that, everyone is wearing. What's the concern that they're looking for? I know a part of it is for the agents to protect their identity.
This was 9 o'clock this morning today, or yesterday, or whatever, depending on where you're at.
Those masks came on just moments before we came on the air with you. They've had this presence all along the protest lines, trying to keep folks out of the street to allow these vehicles to come in and out of the processing facility. And we saw a large group of Border Patrol agents that came marching down the street, and they had some kind of conversation with local and state police. And at that point, that's when State Police came over and told all of the officers along the side here to go ahead and mask up, because some type of enforcement operation potentially could be imminent as they are out here.
Any sign of how this was organized for the protesters?
Oh, this has been growing since even before Operation Midway Blitz commenced. It started with a couple dozen people, has now grown to at least a couple of times a week, hundreds of people. Today, just in this part alone, there's probably 250 people. On the other side of the facility, there's probably another 50 to 100 people over there. And this has been a big thing that has been organizing with a whole variety of activist groups that have been organizing to get folks out here. And really, this is to try to stop Operation Midway Blitz from going on. They've been trying to block federal vehicles from bringing those who have been detained. We know at least 900 people have been arrested as a part of Operation Midway Blitz so far. And
the video of her being
trying to block
denied
those vehicles,
yeah, I
bringing
can do
people in
that.
who have been arrested for processing.
Garrett, we reported on this app on the iPhone that has now been taken down, that follows the movement of ICE officers. And I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to the protesters as to whether or not they coordinate this today by the app or some other sort of communication. But is it also likely that they knew that Chrissy Nome was coming today, and this was a chance for them to show up in big numbers?
Yeah, we don't have any indications of that. What we do know is that every Friday, this is now the 5th Friday in a row that there's been a massive protest planned here outside the ICE facility. So this has been on the calendar going forward regularly. And while some of those apps tracking ICE officers' facilities have been taken down, I can tell you just yesterday, I received a text message update from a separate group that's notifying the public of the movements of federal officers, of having people report any sightings they see. And once those are confirmed, this group texted out to a wide text chain. So despite that app being taken down, there are still efforts ongoing to track federal agents in this enforcement operation that is happening here.
Garrett, stay there. Obviously, you'll get us the information as this story is developing as we bring in Paul Moreau, a Fox News contributor, former NYPD inspector, somebody who was at in Chicago with us last year at the convention. You're seeing this scene now. Garrett said that those masks that the officers are wearing came on just before we went to air with this. What do you see and observe from what you can tell?
So the first thing I would say is that it's a good sign that there are locals there. You and I were talking about this on the 5 the other day, and I said, where are the local police to pen the protesters in, allow them to have their First Amendment rights, but secure them in a specific area so the situation doesn't get out of hand? And from where I sat, the locals were under orders very clearly from above them to not get involved. What that means is that ICE was getting less protection than the average citizen. It looks like somebody woke up and realized that we're going to have to try to control the situation locally as well as federally. So it's heartening to see them finally begin to use local assets. That's crucial. The other thing is, very clearly, it looks like the feds had some intel that they apprised the locals of. In a situation like this, the cops, all the different agencies are going to talk to each other. Hopefully, it's formalized.
For five,
as casual as they meet at the scene and somebody gives somebody a heads up, hey, put on your masks. You'd like to think the whole thing is being better coordinated. But unfortunately, on the local level, the local officials who are so against ICE being in their communities, it's not the police. They're going to do what they're told. It's a paramilitary organization. You want coordination here so that you're not wasting assets and so things don't get out of hand.
In terms of the operation in different American cities, and to our viewers, we're trying to track it as well as we can. I know it can be very confusing at home. Geographically speaking, there's the question is this. Washington seems to have gone fairly smooth. LA was not smooth for a considerable time, and now it's quiet again. Memphis seems to be rather quiet. Portland, different story. And now Broadview, Illinois, west of Chicago, different story. Are those the two hot spots that you are tracking now?
Well, they certainly seem to be. And the common denominator there is a hostile governor, is really what it comes down to. Pritzker is not on board. Newsom is not on board. And so they're not coordinating. Whereas
you didn't get it?
Tennessee, you got a lot more coordination. So consequently, you have probably, you read the tea leaves here, behind the scenes, people are talking to each other, which is, of course, what you always want, because that way things don't get out of hand. Excuse me, that goes for the protesters as well. NYPD is extremely experienced with this kind of stuff. You set up the pens so that they have a sight line so that they can see what they're protesting against. They get to do what they want. They get to make their noise. You allow even a certain leeway. They leave the pen. It's not an automatic arrest. You want to work with them so that they can feel like they have their voice heard. But at the same time, you don't want to give them the opportunity to disrupt, because that's how things get out of hand. And it's a little bit of a burnt fingers policy. If they go a little ways, then you let it happen. It gets worse, and gets worse. Next thing you know, they're throwing Molotov cocktails. That's what happened to us during the 2020, quote unquote, Summer of Love. I was out there. It went way too far. There was way too much laxity in the enforcement. You have to pen this stuff in, make sure the organizers, they know who the organizers are. They're getting the intel as well as we are in media. And so you talk to the organizers and say, these are going to be the rules. And that's it. And generally they'll work with you. But that doesn't seem to have been going on in situations where the local, and it comes down to the governors and mayors.
Guys, but just to put a fine point on it, Portland, Oregon, and Broadview, Illinois are the two flashpoints.
Can we all pay for Bella and installments?
But I think
well, yeah, you're right now with just $2.
Well, the images that are going to be out there are the ones that they want. Trump is tough, and we have the
$38 away.
So
that's right. And let's just hope that, quote unquote, fighting back doesn't become something like we've seen down in Texas.
Great stuff. Thank you, Paul. Well done.
Wow. Thank you, Paul. Well done. Right now, we're $38 away.
Here's why you should.
I'm going to go back here. More than a dozen people were arrested at the protest. 5 people arrested by local law enforcement just before 8. Just hours later, tensions appeared to die down. ICE chief fires back in Chicago area mayor for cites violent rioters after weeks of the Broadview. Oh, look at that. Waters, look at those pink cuffs. See those pink cuffs? That's weird, right? Fox News witnessed more than a dozen protesters being arrested. Ezra Q. Imez and Imam T. Abadi were arrested and charged with aggravated battery to a police officer. Rafael El Menin, Audrey Gladson, and Trisha Black were charged with resisting an obstruction. ICE agents across the country have faced increased protests. The ICE processing center in Broadview has become a flashpoint. Broadview police opened multiple investigations at the ICE facility. The case included 2 alleged hit and runs and criminal damage to property. Additionally, they noted that its reporters observed escalating tensions between ICE agents and protesters. Protesters at the Broadview have blocked law enforcement vehicles, have shouted threats. Yeah. The Justice Department announced that 5 individuals have been charged with federal court with assaulting and forcibly resisting federal agents in Broadview. One of the suspects, Paul Ivory, is accused of telling agents, "I will blank kill you." Other suspects are identified as Dana Bridge, Mazer, Collins, Robeldo. So ATF takes all assaults on law enforcement seriously. Yeah, there's the Alizations mayor, another super mayor. Mayor sent a letter to ICE saying they're endangering the nearby residents. You guys should just leave. Oh, it's Trump in there. It says $30 away. Step up, people. And then Sunshine comes in with 5. So that means we are now 25 away. 25 away. Thank you very much, everybody. 25 away. So any way you look at it, we're 25 away from Bella. Or another hour. Join the Discord, Julio says. Yes, join the Discord. No one visits Chicago area ICE facility as agents detain multiple protesters outside. Yes, thanks, Sharkman, Trumpinator, and Sunshine. Yes, thank everyone. Agents detained multiple people Friday. Homeland Security met with employees inside the ICE Center processing facility. Noam, whose visit to Chicago was confirmed by Homeland Security Assistant Secretary McLaughlin, was accompanied by agents on a raid near a local Walmart store. That's cool. Protesters aimed to block the vehicles from going in or out of the area in recent weeks, which is against the law. Agents have repeatedly fired tear gas, pepper balls, and other projectiles into the crowd. They should use water cannons and stuff, I think. Oh, that's a police officer, Village of Broadview, choking somebody. Look at that, look. Yeah. What a struggle for Bella. It is. Tonight's a real struggle for Bella. Every week, ICE escalates its violence against us, said a military vet candidate for Congress. With this level of escalation, it's only a matter of time before someone is killed. Oh, like happened at the ICE facility when they were shooting at him, or like happened to Charlie? I mean, what is with these people? Wow. What do we want? Bella. Give us Bella now. Water cannons filled with permanent dye would be good. No Bella, no peace. Yeah. J.B. Pritzker lashed out at President Trump's administration. He was grossly mishandled and incited tensions at the Broadview facility. Pritzker's spokesman said the unified command of the state police and Cook County Sheriff will control crowds while ensuring protesters their First Amendment right to free speech. Yeah, let's see how this works out when their cops are having to give people the old, look at him, he's got the wood shampoo ready to go there. And you can see that one's been a little abused in the past. They show their face, they have proper identification, they're accountable to the people of Illinois, the governor spokesman said. It is clear federal agents cannot be trusted to act and protect the safety. They're actually inciting more violence against the federal agents. We're saying this crap. Noam and Gregory Bavino surrounded by Army agents on a camera crew standing beside a sniper post. Noam said in a social media post that her team was blocked from accessing the Village of Broadview Municipal. Well, we saw that. She was denied entry. So, at least NBC could have done is just get the video. The Village of Broadview said that Noam had appeared that morning unannounced at City Hall asking for a meeting while Mayor Katrina Thompson was out of the building. It was a lie. She said she wanted to use the bathroom. Fucking lie. We saw the video. I just want to use the bathroom. Mayor Thompson went to the ICE Center accompanied by the Broadview Chief of Police to ask the illegal fence be dismantled. The mayor was told by agents at the gate the secretary was unavailable. Demonstrators said they were frustrated by the designated protest zone, saying keeping them off public streets violated their First Amendment right to free speech. They don't have a right to block the streets. Did they got a permit to be in the street? No. Then stay on the sidewalks. Yes. Water hoses and German shepherds, yes. Most ignored the zone to protest on the other side of the facility where the state police held them back. A 28-year-old former teacher from Palatine, who's a Mexican immigrant, said she was hit by tear gas in previous protests. And the main contrast between Friday's protests and earlier efforts to state agencies working alongside federal agents. Hey, the redneck hipster says DHS is to stop announcing the visits of VHP and stuff until after the fact. Start hitting press for publishing movements. Loose lips sink ships. Definitely. All right, people. We are now $20 away. Just $20 away. Just $20 away. That's it. From Bellavision. And thank you very much, Redneck Hipster. $20 away from Bellavision and an extra hour. At one point, state police officers joined Border Patrol in advancing towards protesters, forming a larger perimeter around the building. Some protesters yelled in law enforcement's faces while officers grabbed them by the shoulders and pushed them back. So we're getting close. We're getting there. And then we got some of the people, though, that are there, that are around ICE facility, are actually happy. Daddy Trump said, y'all got to go. Black locals came down to the Broadview ICE facility on October 3rd to show their support for Trump's mass deportation policies. The Illinois facility has seen mass ICE protests with dozens arrested.
What? You really Haitians? You really Mexicans? Venezuela? Get them all out of here. You know what? Fuck Cubans. They gotta go to. No, that's all of me is. That's all of me is. Talking out of me, God. Traces, my God, can traces reach back to the Revolutionary War?
Wow, my dad could trace his roots back to the Revolutionary War. She's yelling at a black man who's probably could trace his family back to slaves owned by your dad. So why don't you shut up, lady? Brian Oldenkamp comes in, wow, with 20 and says, here you go, man. Stop begging like an e-beggar, weirdo. Wow. So ask and ye shall receive. And then this one says, check your Cash App. All right, I will check my Cash App right now. Bella. Oh, Bella's scratching for everyone. She's giving you guys a good show tonight. She's giving you a scratch. Let you guys see it. There she is. Oh, now she's moving. She wants to get off camera. Oh, man. Now she's shaking off. Oh, what's going on, Bella? Where are you going? They've all waited. What are you doing? Come on, pick a position, Bella. Let's go. Now we have peace. We have Bella. All right, let me see. Let me check my Cash App, see what this says. $10. Thank you very much from Who's Handsome. Thank you very much. Where's my computer? So we got actually now, we are actually hide this, do this. We are actually now 65 away from a second hour. Cool. All right. Thank you all very much. The Jim and Bella Show. Yep, that's us. Bella is a good gimmick, Jim. I know she is, right? I know. I just got to get her more animated. Thank you very much, Brian Oldenkamp. Oh, and for the $10. We are now into the extra hour. We get 1 extra hour now. So there we go. Yep. Let's see here. Do I need to do anything?
Trump can't go home. Trump can't go home. Can't go home. Daddy Trump can't go home. I like Donald Trump. He's going home. If
You don't like my people? Get the fuck out of here. It's real simple. Real simple. You don't like my people? Get the fuck out of here. It's real simple. We're never going away, motherfuckers. Tens of thousands of years. We're never going away. You can
Tens
never
of thousands of years? Who is this clown?
get rid of a native. You ain't got no land.
You ain't right. You ain't
You ain't got no land. You ain't got no land.
You ain't got no land. Wow, that guy, he looks serious. You ain't got no land. You ain't got no land. You ain't going back. 3i Atlas is passing Mars. Any updates? Well, surprisingly, I need one of them avatar filters so I can be Bella talking. Ooh, yeah, NASA is shut down right now, right? It's a coincidence. I saw some guy actually did a video basically saying like, that they shut down NASA. It's real odd that they happened to do this government shutdown just when 3i Atlas was passing by, just so we couldn't see it. Like, I mean, admit it's a coincidence. It's not like they did it on purpose. It's not like they did the government shutdown specifically so we couldn't see 3i Atlas. But yeah, aliens. Dun dun dun. So some people, like this guy, he wants us to stay. So the Broadview ICE facility is ground zero. For enforcing the rule of law. Yeah, once it gets close enough, the 3i Atlas maneuvers thrusters will fire and change for an earthbound collision course. Sorry to say, but I love these protests. They all make me a lot smarter than I think. Oh. Why does everyone speak like black people nowadays? I don't know. 3i Atlas is here to pick up Elon and take him home. He said, I don't know what you're talking about, homie. Ground zero for enforcing the rule of law, not a stage for performative activism. While anarchists blockade streets and assault federal agents, President Trump's policies prioritize removing criminal legal aliens who've evaded deportation for years. The Lake and Riley Act mandates detention for those charged with theft, assault, and burglary, exactly the crimes these protesters ignore when defending lawbreakers. ICE's targeted enforcement isn't mass deportation, it's basic accountability. Every arrest at Broadview follows federal warrants for individuals who've already exploited our system. The alternative? Letting cartel-linked criminals roam free while DC bureaucrats cry about overreach. Real Americans, regardless of race, know secure borders and lawful immigration aren't partisan issues. They're survival. That's what I say. Yeah, this person says, I want to hire this gentleman to taunt everyone who does a land acknowledgement ceremony with his trademark. You ain't got no land. Yeah, this guy. You ain't got no land. Then Ford Fisher says, now Illinois State Police push protesters further from the street outside of the Broadview ICE facility.
Step in! Step back! Get off the sidewalk! Move back! Why is it on the trail? Fucking Nazis!
Fucking Nazis!
Step back! One step! Step back! One step! Fuck you, fascists! Now it's unlawful. Been here all fucking day. Now it's unlawful.
Wait a minute, though. They're all wearing masks, all these protesters, and I was told reliably by all the Democrats that only fascists wear masks. So clearly, the protesters are the fascists. They're wearing masks. None of these cops are wearing masks. So what's going on here?
No, y'all niggas breathing. 2 feet. Just step back 2 feet. There's young people there. They get agitated. You're raising up the tension.
Whoa, John Mosley comes in with a 20 with no comment. Thank you, John. So now we are 45 away from a second additional hour. Wow. This show might go all night. Thank you. Forward march. You truly have no land ultimately with property taxes in perpetuity and the tax on your death to pass it on. Yes, and let's be clear, you don't own anything under the land. Like they come and take stuff out from under you, and you got to have special, like you buy a house, you don't own the land underneath. You can't like dig and do a mine on your property or anything like that. They'll come get you. So look, so you got the National Guild lawyer writing down officer names. You see right here, this is a problem. These are the people. These are communists, part of Antifa, and they need to go. We need to investigate them. They need to get got. And Benny Johnson says, I have really bad news for Chicago Democrats. You hate ICE enforcement now? Wait till it's supercharged on steroids. Secretary Kristi Noem is buying a massive new building for criminal alien detention. This will 10x the processing. You can call it the Deep Dish Deportation Center. Yeah, those are Antifa lawyers. They need an investigation. Yeah, Putin's right. Yeah, Mandami said that, and that wouldn't work out well for him. He'd end up getting his officers, if they tried to do that, would end up getting clipped by DHS, State Department security agents, diplomatic security agents. Yeah, she can't buy anything right now. There's a government shutdown unless she already has the money allocated or something. So we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what happens with that. Hey, man, there's 112 people watching right now, and only 82 people have hit the like. So please hit the like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Hit the like button. Hit the like button and subscribe. Can't buy in fiscal year 26 with fiscal year 25 money. I don't know. I have to see what happens with that. I really will. Gonna have to see. Yeah. Chicago Democrats scream about ICE enforcement now. Wait until you see what's coming. Detaining criminal illegals isn't fear-mongering. It's enforcing the law they've spent years undermining. The Deep Dish Deportation Center, call it accountability. Every dollar spent here offsets the $150 billion annual cost of illegal immigration. I'd say it's a lot more than that. Money stolen from taxpayers to fund lawless sanctuary policies. Noem's move isn't cruelty, it's clarity. Break the law, face consequences. Want to stay? Enter legally. The safe self-deportation app streamlines this. No chaos, just rules of law. Rule of law. Illinois outrage isn't about justice. It's about shielding those who've exploited open borders. Priorities. America first, always. The numbers and the policies and the real impact on taxpayers are all laid bare. I've clicked on those before. It doesn't really show anything. I don't know why it says it like that, but I got this. ICE posted a video of a protester violently grabbing and pulling down the mask of an ICE agent in Chicago. That right there is a federal felony. Right there. That's a federal felony. I hope that person got arrested. It says, Holy S. You Democrats still think Trump is playing? Border Chief Greg Bavino are on the roof of the Broadview Detention Center having barriers set up. Warning, do not cross or you'll be arrested. Press like if this is what you voted for.
A command center put up by Illinois State Police, Broadview Police Department, and also the Cook County Sheriff's Office. So now protesters have to be on that side of the barrier and then also on this side. So I was told that this one's for protesters and this one is for counter protesters, and an Illinois State police officer even telling me that if people are in the middle of the road, they could be arrested. And I want to bring you guys a little bit closer. You can see some Illinois State police officers right there. And this is the ICE facility. So you can see that the area where protesters are allowed to be has been pushed back quite a bit. We actually just saw Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Chrissy Noem, come out on the roof over here alongside Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bovino, some agents and officers on the ground over there as well. A command center put up by Illinois State.
Well, that's pretty cool. Democrat version of accountability. They put this on there. Look at this. Spotted in Chicago, absolutely sick. Know the target, aim for the head. Deny, defend, oppose. This is what's going on. So you better really be prepared for what's coming, because it's not going to be pretty. Yeah. Look how Pritzker is crying. He has fanned the flames to the point of inciting chaos for witness. Time when federal agents are sowing chaos in Chicago, the Trump administration is holding bipartisan funding hostage. It's an attempt to score political points, but instead hurting our economy. What is he talking about? He's a fucking liar. It says, finally, Illinois State troopers cracked down on ICE facility agitators, arresting protesters outside the facility. Troopers have started arresting professional agitators camped outside the facility, the same ones who've been screaming at the agents, blocking the entrances, and treating law enforcement as the enemy. Enough is enough. These aren't peaceful protests. These are organized tantrums, often funded and fueled by groups who hate America, America's borders, and anyone who defends it. You don't get to harass ICE officers doing their jobs and expect no consequences. You don't get to scream abolish borders while trying to shut down federal facilities. Well, I mean, you can scream abolish borders. You just can't block people from doing their job. You don't get to intimidate law enforcement and cry oppression. Props to the state troopers for restoring order. If you break the law, you'll get cuffed. Yeah, if they break the law, they break the law. If you break the law, you're gonna get cuffed. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Get on the road. On the road. Narrate this. This person was peacefully sitting. That person was peacefully sitting. 1930 Broadview, peaceful protesters hold the line. Back up. Back up. Back up. Shame on you! Shame! Shame! What law? What law are we breaking? Tell me what fucking law we're breaking. Ignorant cowards. One meal a day. A big meal from Subway. You're standing up for that. Giving people a $1 for 9 days. You don't have to be here. Marina Lopez Perez, she was dead behind those walls.
Cool. All right. Hold on. I just had to open some new tabs. Here we go. How's it going? I miss anything in the chat? Yeah. Antifa fought the law and the law won. Yeah, they do. While he was wearing a mask. Yes. Arrest white guy. Oh my God, racial profiling. Did you hear the voice, the screaming? That was crazy. That's when my buddies would pick him up and start going fast and then drop him. Did I say that out loud? These miles and these gentle, peaceful, empathetic professors. You feel so bad for these cops. You love the state patrol hats. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Guy sounds possessed. Yeah, he does. Hope the OT pay is making up for the stupidity of these people. You and me both. All right, so we got this then. This is in Portland now. It says a young female leftist rioter who has been targeting Katie Davenport was pepper sprayed by federal law enforcement after confronting them and refusing to follow orders to get off the road. She screams and cries, George Floyd style. Oh, wait, this is...
Do we have some safety? Medic! I can't breathe! Medic!
You guys are LARPing. They think this is like Call of Duty.
I can't get lit out of my life! Medic! Get her bird! They're working on it. Medic! Bring the news! I can't get air! I can't get air!
You can talk. You can get air. If you can't get air, you can't talk. You need air to talk.
I can't get air! Help, please!
You wouldn't be able to talk if you couldn't get air. That's not how it works. Sit on her. She can't breathe.
I know it's cool to
Try harder. Fatherless children. She's used to getting stuff sprayed on her face, but it's usually white and creamy.
Help, please! I can't breathe! You bitch! I can't breathe! Guys, help her! Help!
You like filming minors?
I got her!
Hey, Ryan,
I can't breathe, guys!
you like filming minors?
You faggot bitches! We don't get the same equipment! Deep breath.
You're saying you like filming minors? Like you're saying she's a minor? Is that what you're saying? She's a minor? I need to see the shot to the face. It reminded me of when I was 16. Did they show it? If she's a minor, they need to if she's a minor, they need to charge her parents, definitely. Yeah. If you go back to the video of the girl crying at 150 mark, the dude starts feeling her up. It's really creepy. Oh, really? Okay. All right.
I can't breathe! Do we have some safety? Medic! I can't breathe! Medic!
Take small breath.
I can't actually breathe! I can't get lit out of my life! Medic! Get her bird! They're working on it. Medic! Bring the news! I can't get air! I can't get air! I told you! Faggot bitches! I can't get air! I can't get air! Help, please! I can't get air to my life, please!
I know it's cool to film, but that's it. And it's like 2 more feet. Another foot.
Where's the fucking news? I can't breathe. Help, please! I can't breathe! You bitch! I can't breathe!
Just call her a bitch.
Help her! Help!
You like filming minors?
I got her!
Hey, Ryan,
I can't breathe, guys!
you like filming minors?
You faggot bitches! We don't get the same equipment! Deep breath. I can't breathe, guys! Deep breath. No. Deep breath. I got you. Hey! I can't breathe, guys! Yo, ambulance, you need ambulance!
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm Officer Badger, Portland Police. 2 minute ambulance. Do you need the ambulance? Okay. Okay, hey, calm down. Calm down. Just keep breathing.
I can't breathe!
I said give him space. Back the fuck up.
Hey.
Leave her alone!
Get the fuck up.
Stop! Leave her alone! Oh, please.
As emotionless as you are a machine, fuckwad.
I can't actually breathe. Help, please. It's not panic. I can't breathe. Help.
Do you want an ambulance bill?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good. Get the umbrellas in there so people can't see what you're doing. That's right. That's not how it works.
I can't breathe, guys.
Sorry.
Help me, please.
I didn't see her get hit. This video didn't show her getting hit. It just showed this getting grabbed on and stuff. So, fun fact: if you can't speak, if you can't get air into your lungs, yeah, that's right. The LARPing is over. You're not freedom fighters. Hey, how's it going, Roke Thought? Nice of you to join tonight. 1 minute and 5 second part, roughly. The dude starts copying a field. What a bunch of creeps! At the same time, everybody's screaming. That's a minor. It is. Oh, you're going to get me a link for getting sprayed? Give you a second? All right. That's how it works. Teamwork makes the dream work. The exact motion, I lost patience with the peaceful protest. Oh, wait. Okay, this is it. All right, I do have it. I do have it. It's here. It's right here. It's right here, if I'm not mistaken. It's Savannah Hernandez sprays her, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. I think this is it.
Ugly bitch. Okay, so these women are very upset because ICE is not coming to protect them after they've been screaming at ICE. And I was asking her, hey, like, why do you want ICE to come and help you if you hate them so much? And now she's insulting me and telling me that I'm fat.
Really should just stop eating sugar. Did she really stop eating sugar?
For sure. You should probably get off of your SSRIs because you're kind of crazy, girl. Anyway, so we are currently in front of the Portland ICE facility. We got this woman over here screaming at ICE agents in Spanish. I wasn't sure what she was saying. You got this guy over here who's like straight up mentally ill. I don't know what's going on up there. We got the ICE agents up here. You have these women right here. They hate the ICE agents. They're so angry with them. But then as soon as somebody from the right wing comes and makes them mad, they immediately say, please help us. Please come arrest these people. And they're asking the police for help. It's insane.
Job, babe.
What's their job? What's their job?
Arresting people who are assaulting people on public property.
Like you guys?
Oh, who am I assaulting? Who am I talking to? You see me touch anybody, bitch? You see me touch anybody, bitch? What do you got me assaulting people?
I'm standing here and I can catch your breath. What is going on? Well, you're wearing a mask, so that's probably your breath, actually, sweetheart.
Rude ass bitch. Oh my
They have been
god.
silencing journalists. They have been attacking ICE facility members out here. And they have been screaming at women, just like myself. These people are so unhinged and ridiculous. And they have been doing everything in their power to foment chaos and lawlessness. And now they're here harassing me. Oh my God! Good Lord! Oh my Portland, Oregon. Shame on all of you.
Shame on you for
These are the
touching
people
kids.
that are out here
That's
basically
crazy.
calling for violence against half the nation, stating that people like myself deserve to die. So there you guys go. Who are you? Why are you wearing a helmet in the middle of the damn night, wreaking havoc on the street? You look.
Why are they wearing a helmet and ballistic?
Oh, hey, look at this. Rogue Thoughts of Stream on, Jim. Love the show. Well, thank you. And with that, we are now $40 away from a second additional hour. And what's it say here? Yeah, I know. I got it. Thank you. I got it. Thanks very much. I got it. Savannah is savage as F. Yes, she is. As a woman who wants a teen girl, if you make dumb choices, you deal with the consequences. You can't expect to be treated special because you're a girl if you do bad things. That's right. And what you don't get from the video where he sprays that she's screaming in a cop's face for hours without any context. You would think the cop's a jerk for doing what he does. I don't think so. Antifa gets the skinny little girls like that to get in the cops' faces so it looks bad if they retaliate. Aren't protesters trained to do just that? Yeah, they are. They're trained. They're trained by actually by the Cubans and by Palestinians. It's a big training thing. They're paid actors. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, Antifa. Yep, bratty children. It's nearly a laugh, but you had to cry. It says a PDX swooped and arrested a dude in a MAGA hat maybe for a fight last night. They left the protesters in charge of the streets. Yeah, I saw that. There was a fight last night. In 20 years, it's their turn to run the country. I should be dead by then, but my kids, I feel for my kids, yes. He's wearing a helmet so he doesn't get a concussion when he licks the window. Okay, where are the parents? He's wearing, yeah, okay. Another weekday. None of these idiots have work tomorrow. That's right. You're hoping that the show goes until your Wendy's Chili Mac comes up. Jim comes on my channel and I lose 2 subs. Well, you just showed up in my chat and I lost a sub. So seriously, bro, I don't know what to say. Long time. What's up? Yo, Cynic. Well, I hate to tell you, it's, the scary part is only a portion of them are paid agitators. A lot of them are actually brainwashed people that truly believe what they're saying. Yes, the world would be so much better if Jim's chat ruled the world. It would be awesome. It would be awesome. They're trained at conferences and video chats, 30% all union. They all have jobs, by the way. Some of them do, some of them don't. I do. I worry about the safety of Savannah Hernandez myself. I would be willing to go and be her bodyguard if she was, if she needed it. I hate to tell you that it happens all the time, dude. People, for whatever reason, they subscribe and then they unsubscribe and then they resubscribe and they do it. It's like this game they play, and YouTube takes people away too. If people, like, if someone subbed to you and they haven't watched your show in like months, YouTube will take them away. I don't know why it happens. I lost a sub today before I even started the stream. I had 1527. I started the stream and then I had 1526. I don't know. Yeah, Joe ran security like this for years. Yep. Yeah, Joe's a good man. Let's see here. So we got this. Thank you, Patrick. It says, we witnessed this female protester get maced in the face by a federal agent in front of the ICE facility. Sorry. She was yelling, but we didn't see anything physical. We then saw Portland PD liaisons collecting video of the incident for witnesses, and they told our producer they were investigating potential wrongdoing by the federal agent. Well, here's the thing. They can't do anything about it. The federal agents have what's known as immunity, qualified immunity, and it's supremacy. They can't charge them with a crime. Like when that federal agent shot and killed Randy Weaver's son and wife, and they said, sorry, there's nothing you can do. So this guy's name is Tommy something, was streaming and talking to Andy. PDP swooped in, zip tied and left. Antifa was laughing and dancing over it. Yeah, well, I know we're going to get into it. There's an investigation now by DOJ is investigating Portland police for civil rights violations for what's been going on. Yeah, it says YouTube also displays wrong counts and subsystems run to correct it. Multiple servers in sync make them skew the numbers. Yes. And he says, unfortunately, I've got a sneaking suspicion some of these new age media folks are going to get attacked or hurt real bad before it's over. Yeah, probably. It says you need to know that these are paid professional protesters. They earn between 80 and 100K a year. Hey, for that money, I might join a protest. Oh, now you have that, Paul Simon, stuck in your head. You can call me Al. You blame Julio for losing subs? Julio's actually great, man. Julio's awesome. When we reached out to Portland PD about this, they sent us the following response. PPB does not have the authority to investigate federal officers who are operating in the scope of their employment. I have talked to the officers that are out there, and they certainly do not tell anyone that we were investigating federal agents' use of force. The officers can activate their body-worn cameras to observe criminal behavior. They directed her to back up 3 times. They counted, and they sprayed her full force in the face. It was glorious. All right. Portland was a very nice place years ago. Leftism slides everything in mental illness. All right, let's see. It wasn't just her. There was someone else there. So that's what you're going to see. There's another guy here, this guy. So I think it's the both of them.
We do body check it because what?
Who is talking to you? No. Hey, this is the line that they created.
That was actually not... Okay, that wasn't the feds who sprayed her. That's Portland police. That was Portland police who sprayed her. It wasn't the feds. That's local police. These people are liars. No, wait. Does that say DHS police? Why would it say DHS police? Oh, maybe it says police DHS, so maybe DHS has their own police.
We do body check it because what? Megaphone?
Who is talking to you? No. Hey, this is the line that they created.
you got some saline?
Saline, please.
They're undocumented speakers. Okay.
We have some
You
saline.
guys know what the cop said? I think he told them to go back.
I can't breathe.
I'll go back. I'll turn it up. He tells them to get back, to go back, and she tells him, don't fucking tell me what to do or get your hands off me or something like that. So let's go. I'll turn it all the way up. All right. So watch your ears. It's all the way up.
We do body check it because what? Megaphone?
Who's talking to you? Who's talking to you? She's like, don't fucking talk to me. Who's talking to you? Because he's telling him, step back, go away.
No.
I'm just standing here. This guy's like, no. You don't tell us. They told us to stand there. You can't tell us to move.
This is the line that they created.
Yeah. So that's what happened right there. All right. She's never been told no before. Yeah. Yeah. It's a tactic that they teach in these workshops to growing up in Ann Arbor. Still have acquaintances. I grew up with this crap. Yeah. Get a skinny, pretty girl. That way people are like, oh, we don't want to do anything with skinny, pretty girl. 95% is a theater kid from a well-off family. These two have been repeatedly pushed back from the police line dozens and dozens of times over a matter of a few hours. Yeah. Well, yep. 0 F's given. These people deserve to find out. Yes, they do. So we saw what happened. So then she's crying and all this stuff. And oh my God.
We have some saline. Medic! I can't breathe! Medic! I can't actually breathe. We do body.
Yeah, so that's what happened. She deserved it. Here's what I've unfortunately witnessed and learned in Portland. If you are labeled right-wing and are a victim of Antifa far-left violence, Portland police will not help you nor arrest your assailants. If you attempt to defend yourself, you will be arrested, prosecuted, and likely convicted. It's not that people won't do anything to her. The tactic is they do something that looks really bad and they don't realize they're useful idiots. Yeah. Oh, fear not, Jim. The Harbor Bridge is still safe. Thank you. Thank you for keeping it protected, Dan. Without Dan, we would be invaded from the south. In 2017, I testified at the trial of the independent journalist who was charged with nearly 24 felonies and misdemeanors for brandishing a legally owned gun in self-defense when violent BLM Antifa mob pursued him downtown in 2016. Police treated Michael Strickland like a terrorist, and a Portland judge convicted him of the charges. He was imprisoned. It's anarcho-tyranny under the power of Democrats who have control of nearly every institution and government in the state. Strickland himself here. Thank you for the shout out. Over 9 years ago that night when it started, it was when the police made their choice to cede the city to terrorists and protect terrorists from anyone who opposed them. I saw how they aggressively pursued you in a threatening manner, ignored calls for them to stop and back up. I reported what I saw. The police immediately. I was an editor at a student newspaper for Portland State at the time. Just a couple years later, the far left militants were pursuing me in the same way, taking it further by beating me repeatedly. Yeah. The communist system can be recognized by the fact that it spares the criminals and criminalizes the political opponent. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. And then here's Chrissy Mayer reporting. Breaking news, secret Antifa hideout. Camera footage shows the Antifa hideouts are just as disgusting as you can possibly imagine. They live and act like subhumans even in private.
Get our fucking lights out of our fucking face now. Fuck off.
Wow. Never seen Constantly House like this before. Yeah. Gym downstairs. Oh, I didn't come this side. The gym's the other way.
Yes, communists are not people. They are not.
Wrong way, that. Round the other way. That's the way out, isn't it?
Communism is the very definition of failure.
Cheers.
America will never fall to communist invasion. Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible.
But look at that flying place. What's the lost? It's still. I'm lying. I'll show you in a minute.
So this is this is not even in America. I don't know why Chrissy Mayer is sharing stuff that's not in America. I'm pretty sure this is footage from the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle live-action movie of Shredder's lair. The Foot Clan's lair was more badass. Yeah, I wonder. And so we got this. It says, last night at the Portland ICE building, we witnessed anti-ICE protesters burning an American flag. Nick Sorter then grabbed it from them, put the flames out, and took it away, what was left of the flag. Nick was arrested in the night by Portland after videos appeared to show him surrounded by anti-ICE protesters. It's unclear what exactly happened. We are working on getting in touch with him once he's released from custody. We had seen Nick get surrounded and verbally threatened by protesters the previous night. He posted on X that he felt Portland PD would arrest him if he tried to defend himself. Well, yeah, they would. Of course they would. And that's what the DOJ needs to investigate.
We got a Trump supporter. We got a Trump supporter right here.
Oh, he's putting it on the ground and he's making it worse. Now he's standing on it.
Motherfucker.
Now he's standing on it. You're not supposed to stand on it. Oh, now he thinks he's saving it. Your place.
The prior night, Portland is an effing third world hellhole. Nick has just been released and we are now in touch. The man holding the burning flag is this violent extremist involved in the 2020 BLM Antifa riots. Oh, I think that was supposed to be. So there's more. So this is the person here. He's a violent homeless individual at Portland, exploits to commit violence. This person. And this is him at the Jesus March. He came up and sprayed beer all over me. You know, these Antifa people, man. We need a real life Batman, Punisher, or Daredevil. Somebody. Yeah, Belugian is a Fox 11 LA reporter that was on the southern border for 3 years. Yeah, he seems like he gets into it, man. I'm not okay with what happened to Nick, but he's been assaulted many times, refuses to make a report, and he's absent tonight. I'm just saying, be cautious. Yeah. Police officer pepper sprays the vent on an Antifa terrorist blow up frog. The frog, who goes by the anti-fascist frog on TikTok, is fuming over the incident. Imagine pepper spraying an effing frog. Crazy world, F ice. Run, Bella, run. Was she running? Is she doing something? Let's see. It says proud Antifa terrorists. Free Palestine. Oh, that's funny. Alex Jones seething over this. No, they're making the frogs. That frog was definitely gay. Checkmate into the vent, the air vent. Get him. Brilliant move, to be honest. This is what we voted for. 200 IQ move, definitely. Once you understand that the Portland Police Department is Antifa, everything it does and refuses to do suddenly makes sense. That's right. This is the mayor in Portland. He's rocking a COVID mask. He's probably on his 10th booster.
Yeah. Give us your Venmo. We can help you with the uniform.
Here next to Daniel, this is being pushed by ice.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So the man holding the burning flag is the violent extremist. We saw this. Yeah, this violent extremist. Oh, Julio's going to bed? Oh, good night. Oh, his food must have came. He's going to eat. You don't let him fool you. He's going to eat his chili mac. Nick Sorter says, Portland's in an effing third world shithole. If I defend myself, I'll be the one who gets arrested, not the assailant. Antifa's in full control out here. President Trump needs to step in. Verbal scuffles on the verge of getting violent and physical here at the ICE in Portland as protesters yell at Nick Sorter not to record them in public, which he tells them he has every right to do. A man then approaches and threatens physical violence.
You saw him say that. You all filmed that. Tell whatever fucking narrative you want. You all of you have eyes. This is exactly what they put that fucking gun down. Come on, come and get him. Touch him. Fucking get him, too. What are y'all allowed to do something that ain't dangerous for a fucking reason, motherfucker? I can take pictures of wherever I want. We're in public. This is America. I didn't even ask you. This is, I don't care. You can get people's face pictures. This is America. This is America. This is why we need to get rid of illegals, because they don't know American laws. Bro. You know what? I'm not even illegal, bitch. Well, exactly. What do you guys see now, motherfucker? Exactly.
I don't believe her.
Whatever, I see, I'll fucking put your head in that paper. No, I will fucking fucking mouth open, motherfucker.
Get your shit. All gonna do? Are y'all gonna do anything? Get your shit. Are y'all gonna do fucking anything? Are y'all gonna do your job? I see you, bitch. I see you, bitch. You gonna do anything? You gonna do anything? Get your shit. Help your fellow woman? I don't know. Are you gonna do anything? You fucking fat hoe.
Wow. It's been confirmed that Nick Sorter had his camera broken by Antifa and they threw multiple punches, yet Portland police arrested Sorter instead. This is going to backfire on them tremendously. They threw multiple punches at me. They broke my camera by hitting that and on the ground, and I tried to swing and miss. They saw the opportunity to get up and get away. Portland police are derelict.
So they threw multiple punches at me. They broke my camera by hitting that. So I was on the ground at that point. I tried to swing. I missed. I saw the opportunity to get up and get away. And that's when I went over to the police officers, which I thought, maybe they'd help me. But no, instead they threw me in handcuffs. This is going to backfire on them tremendously. It already is. Okay, people knew that something out here stunk and that it was corrupt and that the police they take the side of the violent criminals that are here every single day, assaulting ICE officers, assaulting journalists. And then a reporter comes and, tries to embed deep within the chaos that's going in out here, and he's the one that gets arrested. So they threw multiple punches at me.
That's right. My IQ is dropping watching all these clowns. Yeah, it's hard, Jay Wills, to watch it, but we need to watch it. We need to know what's going on, and we need to know. Yeah, and they were not on your side. No, they weren't. And you said, I agree. He also has an in with Bondi. Again, tread lightly. Yeah, thank you, Oregon, for making Cali not look so bad. Yeah, there you go. What's up, man? California's not as bad when you look at Oregon, is it? Yeah. They use your freedom against you to infiltrate the institutions and brainwash people. Yeah. Well, we're going to get to that. Since the guy that stopped the American flag from burning was a guy arrested. Nick Sorter should have been applauded, not thrown in prison. This is unacceptable. We saw this. Yeah, so this is the guy they arrested. But says, I just spoke to the jail where Nick Sorter is being held. I'm told he's about to be released, but only after he has given his court date information. I've also reached out to Portland police and the Portland's mayor office for comment. Yeah. So here's Nick getting arrested. There's a reason that I'm playing all this. We're going to get to it. All right.
Whoa.
There's a reason I'm playing it in this order. So we're going to get to it. Okay. It's getting there.
What's your name, bro? Totally. You're ready to turn that phone off. Let me scan your body. I'll have a conversation with you. I'm just going to scan you for other devices. It's universal precaution. We're going to have a conversation about a bigger picture here. Shit's about to go down old school. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. See, people around here don't realize they better pray to God than ask you guys come here.
No, the guy that burned the flag didn't get arrested. The guy who put it out got arrested. Yes, we're all becoming retarded. Yep. Yes, we're all becoming retarded. And they want you to lose more IQ. Andy is streaming, getting noisy. Some counter protesters chanting USA at one point, surrounded but defiant. The Portland police are now colluding with Antifa to prosecute federal officers protecting the ICE facility. Each time federal officers engage with Antifa, Portland police liaisons text statements and videos for Antifa to facilitate state criminal charges against DHS agents. The officers do not intervene when they witness Antifa committing assault, vandalism, or trespass, famously refusing to arrest journalist and Katie Davis Court's attacker, and most recently arresting independent journalist Nick Sorter for disorderly conduct while Antifa set fire to the American flag. Nick put it out. Presumably that is disorderly conduct. Portland police ordered not to interfere with Antifa, but instead investigate federal employees. Portland Police Department, under orders from the mayor and city council, have been told not to intervene in protests, but instead monitor, document, and investigate federal offers for potential state prosecution. Whenever federal officers confront Antifa, Portland police Antifa members to provide them with videos of the encounter.
Absolute fucking fluid. You guys just blue line is bigger than your
Video of Nick Sorter at the Portland ICE facility. He puts out the American flag. We saw this. Antifa Portland police have a bubble around the ICE facility and won't enforce laws, but their liaisons are working with Antifa to document their complaints against federal police, taking statements and collecting video for future state prosecutions of DHS officers.
They're not really supposed to respond to this building. There have been folks that have been assaulted right down here on the street, even across the street, and it takes Portland police a while to respond, or sometimes they don't respond at all.
Is that frustrating?
It is frustrating. It's frustrating for us to watch people be attacked on the street and know that we don't have the authority to be able
Tommy
to
Robinson got arrested
really
again?
step in unless there's some nexus to federal law. That's frustrating for us.
And last night we did see multiple verbal scuffles almost get to the point of physical confrontations, all while the Portland police liaisons were standing just across the street watching everything, but deciding not to intervene. And that, in part, is why President Trump has said he is sending the National Guard here to Portland. He says the locals aren't doing their job when it comes to protecting this federal facility. So he's going to send the military in. But as of this morning, as you can see, the National Guard not out here just yet. We'll send it back to you.
All right.
Okay. Oh, Jay Will says, thanks for covering this. Live near Broadview here. You do live near, you're in Illinois? You're in Chicago area? Well, be safe. And thank you. With that, we are now $35 away from a second additional hour. Oh, I forgot. So we're right now we're into our first additional hour, I believe. How long have we been going? Oh yeah, 2.5 hours. So right now we are into our first additional hour. So I'll start a new goal on just so we'll keep track of this for 1 hour. And we'll do this. Okay, we're 35 away from a second additional hour. Hey, KPT, what's going on? Nice to see you. Awesome. Carolyn B on Rumble covers Antifa training. She goes deep undercover in Antifa. It's gross. KPT, what's going on? When I was a working woman employed by others, I had a motto: if I'm not late, I'm not. If I'm not late, I'm not coming. Seems like the same thing with YouTube. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Antifa are only on and out. Freaking deep shit reporters. Yeah, because they say like, look, there's no one here today during the day. Yeah, that guy in the freedom shirt knocked a guy down. Yeah, they both got arrested though last night. But we're going to get into it. There's a reason for all of this. And Trump is going to help Antifa understand who the president is. In the wake of left-wing anarchy in Portland, the arrest of journalist Assorted Karen Leonard announces the president is now reviewing aid that could be cut to the city. So let's okay. Since it's part of a troubling trend in Portland, I just spoke with the president about this, and he's directed a team here at the White House to begin reviewing what could potentially be cut in Portland.
This incident is part of a troubling trend in Portland where left-wing mobs believe they get to decide who can visit and live in their city. It is not their city. It is the American people's city, and President Trump is going to restore
Tommy
that.
Robinson?
I just spoke with the president about this, and
Which
he
Tommy
has directed
Robinson?
his team here at the White House to begin reviewing aid that can potentially be cut in Portland. We will not fund states that allow anarchy. This incident is part.
That's right. We will not fund states that allow anarchy. Federal Agency of Financial Oversight, FAFO. That's what they should call it. Yeah, that would be great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw this. It's a video of him putting out the flag. Yeah. Saw that. Nick should be applauded for saving Old Glory. And we got Enrique Tario comes in and says, the only time I've seen PPB come out and actually do something is to arrest a journalist. They also allowed Katie Davis Court's assailant to walk the streets unchallenged. Are you talking about the guy in the freedom shirt, or are we talking about Tommy Robinson? He said, that's not true. Tommy Boy in the freedom shirt wasn't arrested. And unlike Nick, he was out there again tonight. Remember what happened to Angie Noah with the concrete milkshake? The Proud Boys will return to Portland peacefully to stand by. That's right. They're going to come back and they're going to take out the trash. Joe Biggs says, stand back and stand by. The Proud Boys. Portland trip imminent. Department of the Proud Boys. Homeland Security. Dear Antifa, we're just getting started. Well, thank you. Thank you very, 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 very much, KPT, for the $10. With that, we are now just 25 away from an additional second hour of the show. I really like to do these long shows on Fridays, I tell you. Tommy Boy was arrested an hour ago by PPB, hauled off in a van. Okay. Drag him by his hair, yeah. So that's what they're doing. They're arresting the people. They're not arresting the Antifa people. They're arresting the people that are Americans, huh? Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. So, Portland police arrest conservative journalist Nick Sorter. Video. Portland police arrested conservative journalist on Thursday night. Looked like he got jumped. We were on a lower roof at ICE, but difficult to tell exactly what happened. Portland liaison officers stand nearby and watch. Oh, let's see. Oh, look at them. They're hitting them with a flagpole. They're beating them.
fucking him up.
Hey.
That's Nick Sorter right there in the middle of
Mark's
the
the
thing.
veteran. He's got it.
Your iPad is a fucker. Title and name alert. Fucking kid dead alert. Kid dead alert. Kid dead alert. Fucking taggers. Fucking scream.
And look at Portland PD just hanging out, watching people get assaulted.
Janet, the following post: I can't believe they arrested the guy for defending himself. The woman that went after him has taken part in a few assaults in the last week. Video of him being led away in cuffs. We saw this, like him. Portland PD arrested Nick Sorter tonight. He wasn't doing anything criminal. Yeah, 30 people watching who didn't hit the like. Come on, people. It's free. It helps Jim. That's right. Please hit the like button. Come on, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hey, what's up, Dave? How you doing, man? Nice to see you tonight. That's right. 30 people watching that didn't hit the like. Come on, people. It really helps Jim. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. He wasn't doing anything. This comes after they refused to arrest the lady who saw the Katie Davis court. All right. Wilson later shared another clip showing Sorter being led away in handcuffs. They arrested a journalist, but none of the terrorists. At this time, the charges, if any, remain unknown. Earlier in the evening, Sorter has been posting live updates on X from outside Portland ICE facility, where a group of patriots gathered with signs thanking the officers. Patriots have shown up outside the Portland ICE facility holding up signs saying, "Thank you for your dedication and hard work. We appreciate you." And of course, Antifa clowns are melting down over it, yelling at them. Portland police wearing yellow. Yellow is the Antifa color ordered to be worn for these riots. I was at the Antifa meeting online.
Well, one right now.
Hey, guess what? Guess what? Tell your days you're alive, bitch. You're marked.
Oh, they're threatening people, saying you're marked. We're going to get you. Another post: the degenerate left that just jumped on the federal property at the ICE facility challenged agents to do something. And they did quickly. Dude ended up on a pavement, arrested, and dragged into the facility. Oh, let's see.
Shit.
Because you're small yourself. Every single night on public property. And you want
The frog does get some special treatment there, Jer. It does. We showed it earlier. He got sprayed with they sprayed CS gas right into his vent on his suit. So, he says he's an Antifa terrorist. That's what he says on his stuff. So I guess if he's admitting he's an Antifa terrorist, then whatever happens, happens. I mean, it's not it is whatever happens, happens. The chicken is Antifa yellow, green is for Antifa lawyers. And KPT wonders if less people were fighting for our resources, would that make the prices of things go down? I think the main thing that's caused the prices of things to go up was the mass printing of money, and they just like sent trillions of dollars out starting in 2020, just went crazy. That's what happens when there's just more money. This is Portland braces for federal troops as protests escalate and a conservative influencer is arrested. 5 years after protests roiled Portland, the city known for its history of civil disobedience. Once again, at the center of a maelstrom, it braces for the arrival of federal troops being deployed by President Trump. Months of demonstrations outside of Portland's immigration detention facility have escalated since Trump said last week he was sending federal troops to the city, which he described as war-ravaged. Police made a few arrests late Thursday after fights broke out in a crowd, including of conservative influencer Nick Sorter on a disorderly conduct charge. Homeland Security Kristi Noem said the agency would send additional federal agents. The Justice Department was launching a civil rights investigation into the circumstances surrounding Sorter's arrest and whether the police bureau engages in viewpoint discrimination. City leaders adamantly deny such discrimination and said they don't need the National Guard to help them handle a single block outside of an ICE facility. The arrests we made were based upon probable cause, not based on individuals, said Chief Bob Day. There's no political bias associated with our enforcement. Meanwhile, a federal judge heard arguments but did not immediately rule on whether to temporarily block Trump's call-up of 200 Oregon National Guard members, which the administration said it needed to protect the ICE facility. The escalation of federal law enforcement in Portland, population 636,000 in Oregon's largest city, follows similar crackdowns to combat crime in other cities, including Chicago, Baltimore, and Memphis. He deployed the National Guard to Los Angeles over the summer as part of his law enforcement takeover in Washington, D.C. Sorter, who's a regular guest on Fox News, who has over 1 million followers, was arrested Thursday night with 2 other people outside the city's Immigration and Customs Enforcement building. The Multnomah County District Attorney's Office said it was reviewing the case and will make a decision on whether to proceed with charges before Sorter's arraignment on Monday. What led to the arrest was not immediately clear. Portland police say they moved into the crowd to make arrests as fights broke out. They arrested Sorter and 2 others. All 3 were charged with second-degree disorderly conduct. Sorter was released Friday on his own recognizance. An email seeking comment from Sorter sent Friday went unanswered, and nobody answered the phone numbers listed for him. In an ex-post, Sorter said his arrest proved that Portland police are corrupt and controlled by the violent Antifa thugs who terrorize the streets. Portland famously erupted in more than 100 days of sustained nightly protests in the 2020 during the Black Lives Matter movement. Okay, yeah. And the presence of federal agents further inflamed the situation. Oh, does it? Inflames the situation? Yeah, whatever. Not agenda your ass. Right. That in response to my wrongful arrest in Portland, President Trump has ordered his staff to review federal aid to be cut in the city. For Karen Levitt, we will not fund states that allow anarchy. This arrest is going to cost Portland leftists dearly. Oh, I think we saw this, right?
Just last night, we saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sorter was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults. But instead of arresting these violent mob members night after night after night who are ravaging this community, the police arrested a journalist who was there trying to document the chaos, and everyone in this room should be extremely concerned about that. The Department of Justice spoke with that journalist this morning, and they will be launching a full investigation into his arrest. This incident is part of a troubling trend in Portland where left-wing mobs believe they get to decide who can visit and live in their city. It is not their city. It is the American people's city, and President Trump is going to restore that. I just spoke with the president about this, and he has directed his team here at the White House to begin reviewing aid that can potentially be cut in Portland. We will not fund states that allow anarchy. There will also be an additional surge of federal resources to Portland immediately, including enhanced CBP and ICE resources. Law and order will prevail, and President Trump will make sure of it. With that, I'll take.
Okay. Also, the president has directed the Secretary Hegseth provide all the necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from attack from Antifa and other left-wing domestic terrorists.
The president has directed Secretary Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other left-wing domestic terrorists. The president has directed
Anything else here? I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Crap. I hate when I hit the wrong button. The deployment of National Guard troops to protect federal facilities under siege by violent extremists isn't just justified, it's essential. When local leaders fail to secure critical infrastructure like ICE facilities, federal intervention becomes the last line of defense against chaos. The 2025 National Guard deployment in Los Angeles set the precedent. Title X authority empowers the president to act decisively when state officials advocate their duty to uphold the law and order. Portland's refusal to quash attacks on federal property despite months of targeted violence proves systemic incompetence. Critics crying overreach ignore the reality. Every unaddressed assault on ICE facilities emboldens domestic terrorists. This isn't partisan. It's about enforcing sovereignty. Weak politicians may whine, but the numbers don't lie. Federalized units restore order, period. The data expose the real impact. Yeah. Every time I hear people say Nick Sorter's name, ears default to Nick Santos until they get to the O. He said duty. Hunch, what's up, buddy? Nice to see you here, Hunch. Tim Poole says, I am calling on the Trump administration to launch a legal challenge against Oregon following the arrest of Nick Sorter, and if necessary, deploy National Guard. Oregon has failed to uphold federal and state law, and we should not tolerate it. Portland has been going rogue for too long. And then from Tim's old co-host and whatever, this is quite literally what an insurrection act is for. States refusing to enforce federal laws and comply with executive direction. Trump's already met the requirements to demand dispersal. The military should already be there. Yeah, see, it's right here. Authority. The section expands the president's authority, enabling him to deploy reserve components and use armed forces to quell insurrections, domestic violence, or enforce laws being obstructed, provided the conditions in 252 are met. The president can use the militia and armed forces to suppress insurrections, domestic violence, unlawful combinations, or conspiracies that obstruct the execution of laws of the United States or impede the course of justice. Seems like before using military force, the president must issue a proclamation ordering any insurgents to disperse and retire peacefully. What do you know? I've been in direct contact with top officials at DHS. What's coming in Portland is unprecedented, all thanks to Portland police exposing themselves by arresting journalists. Great work, Portland. Thank you for your courageous coverage. Portland police is just an arm of the Antifa terrorist organization. Portlandia is about to find out karma is a bish. Accountability is coming. Great job. Yes. Harmeet Dillon says, Portland, signed, sealed, delivered. Says, Dear Mayor, Dear Mr. Taylor and Chief Day, your immediate attention to this matter is required. We write regarding Portland Police Bureau's response to incidents surrounding the ICE facility, specifically the use of policing powers in a manner that may be based on viewpoint discrimination. Specifically, 3 issues have been brought to our attention. The PPB regularly arrested individuals who have been involved in an altercation, choosing to arrest Nick Sorter, but not others. PPB reportedly failed to identify and arrest the individuals who assaulted Katie Davis Court, even after briefly detaining the individuals. And the city of Portland reportedly has attempted to use its policing powers through a zone enforcement action to limit ICE's use of the Portland facility. While we have not reached any conclusions on these allegations, we note a consistent theme in these 3 allegations. All 3 would choose one viewpoint over another. Moreover, the allegations implicate the city's performance under the settlement agreement in the above referenced case. To address our compliance concerns raised by these allegations, we request the following no later than October 10th. The original unredacted body-worn cameras recording the officers involved in the observation of the incident involving Mr. Sorter, his arrest, and his processing following arrest. The original unredacted body-worn camera recording the officers involved in the observation of the incident involving Miss Davis Court, the brief detention of the alleged assailants, and any follow-up discussion regarding the incidents at the scene. All unredacted incident reports, force reports, arrest reports, general order reports, and all after-action reports of the incident involving Mr. Sorter and Miss Davis Court, all complaints received about the incident involving Mr. Sorter and Davis Court, or a decision to target the ICE facility for zoning enforcement, and the city's ongoing administrative investigation materials involving such complaints. all non-attorney client privilege communication regarding decision to target the ICE facility for zoning enforcement. All non-attorney client privilege communication regarding directions to PPP officers responding to the protests at the ICE facilities in the last 30 days. Any documents or explanation the city wants to provide to the United States in response to the above listed allegations. Harmeet Dillon. Might want to spell check Nick's name. It's a serious investigation. Get the name correct. Thank you so much, Harmeet. Thank you. Awesome job. Good luck, Nick. Amazing. This is our mayor in Portland. The mayor's still rocking the COVID mask. He's probably on his 10th booster. We saw this. This is the head of Antifa in Portland, right here. Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered a full investigation led by Harmeet Dillon of the Portland Police Bureau following my unlawful arrest last night. Bondi confirmed to me. Pam Bondi personally called me to deliver this news. I'm incredibly grateful to her for doing so. The Trump DOJ will not allow Portland police to continue to do the bidding of Antifa. You just made real change in America, Nick. Well done. The fight's only the beginning. Harmeet will crush them. I made it very clear to Bondi that I was super excited she put Harmeet as lead in charge of this. Portland's corrupt police department isn't ready for Harmeet. And then, fucking Vito. You stole the flag. Civil rights on the case. Yes, please. Vito, you're wrong, buddy. I hate to break it to you. DOJ from the top rope. That's right. Harmeet says, Portland, it's FO time. Buckle up. Harmeet, don't play. Portland was once a great city, but now it is lost. Apparently, Portland PD thinks Nick Sorter is a criminal. Meanwhile, violent Antifa thugs operate with impunity. Portland was once a wonderful place. Congratulations to the Portland PD for aiding so much criminal activity that they sparked a DOJ investigation into their entire police force for civil rights violations. I said this the other night, that this, they should be including all the stuff, the people calling about the complaints about the noise and all the other stuff that's been going on, and they do nothing about it. You can't just allow people to break the law with impunity when it impacts other people's rights. MC Bernhardt says, it's sad that Antifa has infiltrated most of the government officials and government workers. Once you learn Antifa tactics, you can identify the Antifa methods of operation. It's President Trump doing her job covering face. I think it's mostly Harmeet Dillon is on top of things. The people directly under like Harmeet's position, and then you got Blanche and what's his face, the John Sauer. They're pretty good at the law stuff. Miss Cloud lost her lawsuit, I think. Yeah, they sued, and then a judge said, you can't force them to do anything. You can't force them to enforce the law to do anything about it, but we'll see. The feds will come in and do something about it. Here's the story from the Federalist. DOJ investigation of Antifa indulging Portland police. The probe follows the arrest of conservative journalist who says he was taken into custody after being attacked by Antifa thugs. Yeah, the governor, the mayor, the cops are all part of the jihadist network. Yeah, they're all involved. But that's what you do. Maybe they all get arrested. If they get communications between them when they're talking about stuff and they're coordinating and talking to the Antifa people, then they're aiding terrorists. Antifa is a terrorist organization now. So is what it is. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon sent a message Friday to the anarchist abetting Portland Police Bureau and the Portland leftist city attorney. Unlawful policing will not be tolerated. Dillon, who heads up to the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, said her office is launching an investigation into Portland law enforcement after Antifa thugs attacked independent reporters during the increasingly violent riots at the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Facility in South Portland. Police arrested Sorter Thursday on a disorderly conduct charge following an altercation with leftist protesters. Earlier this week, post-millennial reporter Katie Daviscourt was assaulted with a flagpole while covering the nightly mayhem at the ICE building. In her letter to the police chief and city attorney, Dillon demands answers about Portland Police Bureau's handling of the incident, specifically the use of its policing powers in a manner that may be based on viewpoint discrimination. It also suggests the city may not be living up to its agreement with the Department of Justice to cease activity that deprives individuals of rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution or federal law. On Friday afternoon, Dillon posted on X that the Civil Rights Division, at the direction of the Attorney General, launched the probe into Portland's highly questionable police practices. We will not leave the people of Portland at the whims of criminals and woke cops. Govern yourself accordingly, the assistant AG vowed. Sorter's arrest was caught on video. He told Bill Malugin that he was jumped by Antifa thugs just before Portland police removed him from the scene and ultimately arrested him. No, they didn't arrest the girl that got attacked. They had the person that attacked her, and then the guy just told her, "You're being detained." And the person goes, "You ain't detaining me." And they go, "Okay," and let her leave. So he talks, I get back up, I stumble back towards the cop where I think, at least I'll be all right. Maybe I'll be a safe place for me to go. Never suspected I was going to be the target of an arrest. Told Fox News that the Marxist threw numerous punches at him and broke his camera, and he tried to swing. I missed. I think I had every right to swing on somebody that just knocked me to the ground and punching me after breaking my equipment. Also live at the scene, Davis Court alerted her ex-followers that the officers announced they were making targeted arrests following several scuffles. Sorter was being targeted by Antifa shortly before. DOJ must take over Portland PD and prevent the abuse it is allowing and even deliberately inflicting on American citizens in Portland. Portland's Soros-involved county DA flatly refused to prosecute hundreds of Antifa and BLM thieves, arsonists, and vandals in 2020. Then the city handed these same criminals millions in taxpayer-funded settlements for injuries they never would have suffered if they hadn't broken the law and committed all these crimes. Portland police arrested Sorter and two others, Angela Davis and San Mi Yi of Portland. The leftist police-led force noted in an incident report that dialogue officers originally observed two men fighting in the driveway of the federal building. The dialogue specialist then called for backup. The fight ended, according to the report, after one of the participants was knocked to the ground. Yeah, that wasn't Sorter though. He wasn't that police department. I don't know. Wasn't that the guy with the freedom shirt? While PPB's role in public safety and supporting constitutionally protected activity, part of our role is to address criminal acts. Officers may be seen in a larger group to make targeted arrests for specific crimes. Just because arrests are not made at the scene when tensions are high, that does not mean that people aren't being charged with crimes later. Yeah. How can any American think this is right? I don't know. In her letter, Dillon raised concerns that the Portland police officers chose to arrest Sorter, but not others. Sorter had been daily documenting the insanity of the Antifa-driven protests. Footage that shows a police force so unwilling to keep law and order in its city that the president has committed to sending the National Guard to restore it. Dillon asserts the PPB reportedly failed to identify or arrest protesters accused of assaulting Davis Court even after detaining them briefly. And the AG wrote the city reportedly has attempted to use its policing powers through a zoning enforcement action to limit ICE's use of the Portland facility. The leftist city seemingly is at war with the Trump administration. It's used its conditional land use policy to ridiculously restrict the ICE facility from holding illegal immigrants longer than 12 hours or overnight. Immigration and Customs Enforcement made clear the detention limitation commitments to our community, and we believe they broke those policies more than 24 times, Portland Mayor Keith Wilson said last month in the press release. These commitments were made by the Obama administration long before Joe Biden kicked the U.S. border open wide. Dillon has instructed the city to turn over several documents, including the original body-worn cameras. And the same for those involved in the Davis Court, for both Sorter and Davis Court. The civil rights chief also wants unredacted incident, force, arrest, and general order reports and after-action report review the incidents involving the reporters. Her document request seeks complaints received and all non-attorney client privilege related communications regarding the decision to target the ICE facility for the zoning enforcement. The city also has been ordered to turn over directions to Portland police officers responding to the daily protests at the ICE facility over the past 30 days. Dillon wrote the allegations implicate the city's performance under a settlement agreement with the Department of Justice. The original agreement was signed by the Biden DOJ in the final days of the Democrats' regime, and not surprisingly includes liberal policing reforms on training, supervision, and practices in use of force, training, community-based health services, crisis intervention, employee information system, officer accountability, and community engagement. The Portland Police Bureau must do all of the above to remedy a pattern or practice of conduct by law enforcement officers that deprives individuals of rights, privileges, and immunities secured by the Constitution or federal law. This certainly would include protecting individuals' rights of counter-protesters to the Antifa-driven bedlam and reporters letting the sane world know what's happening inside the walls of Oregon's biggest city. The radical leftists who have taken it over. Most of PNW are CCP, not Islamists. They are jihadi friendly and take on cosplay for Palestine bullshit as protest du jour. The public schools have been pushing this communist bullshit for years. I wish Dylan was AG. She's a bulldog. We need that in AG. You know, the AG isn't supposed to be doing stuff though. Like what she's doing is, it's like the AG is supposed to just be a figurehead that like coordinates people. It's really not supposed to be out there doing things. We have not reached any conclusion. We can note a consistent theme in these three allegations. I would have listed too the stuff that they're not doing anything about the noise complaints. You know, the Civil Rights Division investigates Portland police over the Antifa attack on Katie Davis Court and the arrest of Nick Sorter. The Trump administration is looking to make cuts to federal funding to Oregon. We will not fund anarchy. You know, and it doesn't stop in Portland. It's also in Seattle, and this is how a society dies. This is Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell. When a man does 6 or 7 crimes, we don't know his life story. Maybe he was hungry. Therefore, I have zero desire for jailing him.
The criminal system has had a disparate impact on Black and brown communities. Let me lead with that. So when this person is committing 6 or 7 crimes, I don't know his or her story. Maybe they were abused as a child. Maybe they're hungry. So my remedy is to find their life story to see how we could help first. I have no desire to put them in jail, but I need to protect you. And that's the calibration that we have. The criminal system has had a
So this guy says, oh, it's been a disparate impact on Black and brown communities. Is the impact equal to the disparate amount of crime that those communities commit? Because, I mean, that's what we're talking about here, aren't we? I mean, can we be honest? If a certain community is committing more crime, then that community is going to be having more impact by police. That's how it works. I don't get it. Are they arresting Black people for crimes of white people? Is that happening? Yeah, 6 or 7 murders, you might just need a Snickers bar. Social justice will be achieved in Seattle. Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Adam Smith. It's just been revealed that Kristi Noem was targeted by violent protesters yesterday as she attempted to depart the Broadview facility. This needs to be stopped. You live 30 miles from Seattle and you haven't visited in 15 years? Probably. That does sound like a man with private security. Yeah. We read her life stories, they're a criminal and they need to be locked up. Yeah, it's possible. If he thinks the criminal is hungry, would he not be doing a favor by arresting him and giving him a meal on a stay? Yeah, they'll get a place to stay too. Yeah. Border Patrol came out with a large contingent to clear out everyone from the sides of the roads to make sure they could get out safely and securely.
Yeah, well, early in the morning, things are getting started up pretty hot here. You remember earlier, let's come this way. So you had all these protesters that were here on this corner, filling these sides of both streets. What appears to have happened is Secretary Kristi Noem was getting ready to pull out of it. So Border Patrol came with a large contingent to clear out everyone from the sides of these roads to make sure that they could get out safely and securely. So that is what we saw earlier when we saw the tear gas mask being put on by all law enforcement officers on both sides. And if you come over here a little bit, Tomas, if we zoom in down here, you can see we have at least 10 people that have been arrested so far this morning. And from those that we saw that were arrested, that was when law enforcement was trying to push them back to get them out of the way. And at least several of those that we saw started fighting back against the officers and ended up getting taken to the ground and eventually arrested. That would put us close to 40 arrests that have been made during these protests over the last month or so now. And we have seen multiple vans that have been coming through, vehicles that are now able to come in and out through this ICE processing facility Earlier, we didn't see very many coming through here just because of how many protesters were here. We know this is the first time in more than a month that these protests have been going on, that state and local police have actually sent out a contingent large enough to do any type of crowd control here. It is, up until now, it has been left up to federal law enforcement to clear protesters out who have been trying to block access to this processing facility. Today, State Patrol, officers from the sheriff's office, they have been out here. Border Patrol came out, though, because clearly what was being set up to block this road off was not enough for them to feel like it was secure for agents to be coming in and out, bringing those that they have arrested, as well as Secretary Noem.
And Garrett, can you tell us a little bit more also about whether do you think it's is this?
Oh, wow. All right, we've been going in 3 hours and 10 minutes now. We got about just letting everybody know, just keeping track of things here. We got 125 people. Oh, we were at 125. We're at 121 now. We got about, it says 23 minutes and 45 seconds left to hit the goal, which I think is down to what is it down to now? Down to just $25. So if we get $25 in the next 25 minutes, we'll add another hour to the show. DHS Secretary Noem just announced the Department of War will deploy to Portland and Chicago within 24 hours to crush the leftist violence. Bella left the camera. Oh, she did. All right, I can fix it. I have the technology. There we go. Better? Bella's trying to hide. She was just barking a little bit, like I don't know if she was having a dream. She was going, ruff, 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 ruff. Yeah, the rioters better be careful not to dress up as a dog when Noem's around. Yeah, she does. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. So yeah, so I want to thank everybody who's here. Please remember, hit the like button if you haven't, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and she says she will make sure what happened to Nick Sorter never happens again. We're sending the Department of War. I sent a request. He'll be rolling in the next 24 hours. You guys hear her barking over there in her sleep? You hear her? I'll put the camera over there, see if you hear her. Anyway, she I don't know if you could hear her or not. That's weird. So, all right. So the country of laws, and if you don't like it, go change them, but we're enforcing them. Oh, I didn't know she was going to talk.
We've seen a lot of attacks in Portland, a lot of news right now with various independent journalists that have been beat, that have been hit in the face, that have been locked up and arrested. What's going on there? Can you give us any status update?
Well, you've got a presence in Portland that is Antifa affiliated. And so that is a situation where you have known professionals, targeted violence that want to tear down America and will apparently attack anyone, even journalists that are just trying to report the truth of what's happening on the streets. So we're not just going to be rolling out of Chicago here, but we're sending in the Department of War at the request that I made to Secretary Hegseth. They're going to be rolling in here within the next 24 hours. They'll be coming to Chicago too. I put a request in today for them to come to Chicago. And we're going to not only have our officers that are out there with HSI and ICE, but we're also going to have backup from our military because everybody deserves that. And so what we saw happen to that journalist last night will not happen again. We will not allow that to happen again, where those individuals are persecuted for trying to show what's happening on our streets and for what they're doing to our law enforcement officers.
Well, that's awesome. Hey, Sunshine, thank you. Says, here, there you go. And with that, we are now just $20 away from another additional hour. That's right. Thank people out there just for, Wrestler Town comes in hot and heavy with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Wrestler Town. So that's $60. So then that's going to be a banner adjustment. So that means we are now 60 35 away from a third additional hour. How do you like them apples? Oh wait, from a third additional hour. What do you know about that? Ooh, Wrestlertown coming in hot. Yeah. Thank you, Wrestlertown. Let's see who got those. We got Captain Vrag got a gifted membership. Vince Olshove got a gifted membership. Muffin Rando, Michelle Seasbo, and Beautiful Messy Ball all got gifted memberships. We'll make sure you thank Wrestlertown for that because that was just awesome. Also, Captain Vrag got one. Did I forget Captain Vrag? But that's great. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so now we're definitely going another hour on top of that. And now we're only 35 away from a third additional hour. So I just want to, we're close to a third hour now. I can hear Bella barking. You guys can't hear her barking? Like growling, barking? Probably my filter blocking it out. All right, I saw this story and I was like, I have to. A waste of 40 hours training and grant money. Yeah, it is. So employees at the Build-A-Bear work, just a news story, onto another news story here. Employees at the Build-A-Bear workshop in Tukwila, Washington, refused a request to write Charlie Kirk's name on the bear's birth certificate for a customer. Evie McCormick, who requested to be named after Charlie, said the employee said, "We're not doing this," before crumpling up the certificate and throwing it away. You hear her making a little growly barks? Okay, that's what I hear. Build-A-Bear says that they're handling the case internally and apologized for the incident, claiming that they're retraining their staff in the area.
It was supposed to be fun.
Me and my friends decided we want to go to Build-A-Bear because we had to go up to Seattle anyways.
But these teens told me Friday's trip to South Center Mall turned political.
It definitely made us all very uncomfortable.
16-year-old Evie McCormick says all she wanted was to honor the man who inspired her for years on social media, Charlie Kirk.
That turned my life around in more ways than I can express. And his name is Charlie Kirk.
But that name didn't make it past the Build-A-Bear manager. Evie says when she finished the special keepsake, the store employee shocked her by refusing to allow the bear to be named after Charlie Kirk. She wouldn't print the name on the bear's birth certificate, a decades-long tradition for the brand.
She just didn't agree with it. She didn't support it, and she told me, "We're not doing this," folded it up in the force and threw it away. I scoffed, walked away. I was like, "Kaylee, you have to pay for this." I handed her my card, told her my PIN, and I walked away.
I went inside the Build-A-Bear
for it.
and talked to the manager of the store. When I asked her if this happened here, she said it wasn't something she could comment on and told me to call their corporate office. On the phone, a customer service rep told me the case is being handled internally by the appropriate department. Meanwhile,
I did call corporate and I was on the phone for a good 45 minutes.
Evie's mom took matters into her own hands.
They offered me a $20 gift card just because we had a poor customer experience.
Days later, she says the company admitted that never should have happened and that they would retrain their workforce to keep politics out of the workplace.
Did she apologize?
She did. She said that their
I would have
goal
never paid
is
for
to try to prevent this sort of situation from happening to anybody else.
Inside the store in Tukwila, the Build-A-Bear workshop protection policy asks customers to refrain from typing indecent or distasteful names for furry friends. Evie says she never wanted a political standoff inside a store meant for kids. It was simply a way to commemorate the life of someone she looked up to.
It wasn't political until she made it that way.
Eva and her family say they hope this can be a lesson in today's political climate to respect others' beliefs, even at a toy store. Madeline Carter, King 5 News.
That's just a shitty story that I saw and I was like, oh, I got to talk about this because that's messed up. You know. Here's another messed up story for you guys. Yeah, when you interact with the Antifa employees, they do whatever Antifa instructs at their jobs. That's right. But a POS employee, they knew damn well they weren't supposed to do that. That's right, Duncan Fillings. How you been? I haven't seen you in a little while. Maybe you've been here and I just haven't paid attention. I don't know. That's not a cheap stuffed animal. No, they're not. They're like over $100. They're $150, I think. Last time I got one for someone, they were over $150 or something. But yeah, I'm sure the employee would have loved it. The bear's name was George Floyd. Definitely. You're always here, just working away. Oh, well, that's great. That's nice. I feel your presence. Yeah, the left is so emboldened. Yeah, they are. They're so emboldened. The entire Kentucky parole board is facing mass calls to step down after releasing Ronald Exantis on good behavior after just 10 years for killing a 6-year-old Logan Tipton in 2015, with some demanding charges against the board members.
I held him in my arms, and finally they took his last breath, looked at me, and closed his eyes, and he was gone.
Kentucky is a good rural state that's been ruined by the dependent classes and their out-of-control breeding with the cities. The result is way too much leftist power, resulting in shit like this. If this man has reformed into a peaceful man doing good work, great. He should have more privileges in prison, but that's it. Kentucky parole board who released a black man who broke into a home, attacked a family, and murdered the 6-year-old son. They must be held accountable. They let this monster loose on parole, walking the streets. LaDadra N. Jones, chair. Chris Daglow, Chrissy Cofield, Cindy Heddleston, Sean Helbig, Michael A. James, Sherry Lathan, Gregory Least, Leigh Wiggins. There's their phone numbers. Of course, the chair. What do you know? Look at the chair, the head of it. What do you know? What do you say? The father says he will kill the man who broke into his Kentucky home and stabbed his 6-year-old boy to death after he was released from prison, having served just half a sentence. Yeah, was he cured of his insanity? Well, that's the thing. They said they found him not guilty of the murder because he was insane. But they found him guilty of, the whole thing doesn't make any sense. But they found him guilty of assault. Doesn't make sense. The boy's father, I've had my talks with God. I told the court if I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man. I will kill him where he stands. He murdered Tipton and severely injured his father and 2 young sisters. He entered the home through an unlocked door on the night of December 6th. Logan was stabbed repeatedly in the head so forcefully the knife blade bent. He was sentenced to 20 years in 2018 after being found not guilty by reason of insanity for murder and guilty but mentally ill on assault charges. What? How does that even make sense? How is this even possible in America?
He stood up with me on top of him, just stood up and threw me 10, 15 feet across the room and went after her.
Dean Tipton says December 7th, 2015 is a night that changed his life. He says his children woke him up. He then found a man attacking his children.
And when I got to the top of the stairs, he attacked me. He come at me with the knife.
The night took a tragic turn with the loss of a life, his 6-year-old son, Logan. Dean says immediately after Logan's death, he lost his will to live.
I laid in bed. I gave up. I gave up on life. I gave up on my family. I gave up on everybody. I just wanted to die.
In the years since, the family has done their best to cope, but mentions they are mentally and emotionally scarred. And they are hurt that Ronald Exantis will no longer be behind bars.
Everybody deserves a fighting chance to have justice for them, and it's not.
I've had my talks with God because I'm not afraid to tell you all. I told the court, if I ever cross paths with him, I will kill the man. I will kill him where he stands.
Good. Yeah, the father says he'll kill the man. The boy's father, I've had to talk with God. He entered the home through a locked door, stabbed him repeatedly in the head so forcefully. He was sentenced to 20 years after being found not guilty by reason of insanity for murder charges, but guilty, but mentally ill on assault charges. How is he out then? Shouldn't he be in a mental hospital? Yeah, we are living in the most racist time in more than 80 to 100 years. Yeah, we are. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't. Yeah. We saw this, I think. Yeah, this is straight, like law-abiding citizen. Remember this movie? Great movie. I was rooting for the dude the whole time. The whole time. The Kentucky parole board who released the black man who broke into the home and attacked the family and murdered the 6-year-old son must be held accountable. They let this monster on the loose and he's walking free. Wait, why does it seem like I saw this? The Democrat governor, Andy Bashir, has the power to remove the parole board who voted to release the child murderer. The governor shall appoint the parole board consisting of 9 full-time members to be confirmed by the Senate. The governor shall make each appointment from a list of 3 names given to him or her by the Kentucky State Corrections Commissioner. Something's killed your chickens Sunday night, Monday morning. I think it was this bastard skunk. I don't think skunks kill chickens. Yeah, loved the movie, hated the end, definitely. Yeah, jury nullification is real. Yeah. Yeah. And that's what I forgot, that he tried to kill the rest of the family too. Not just the kid. They, tried to kill the rest of the family too. The stranger who sneaked into a family's house in the dead of night and stabbed the boy 6 to death is freed from jail after just 10 years. He was released from prison early for good behavior after being sentenced. But I don't understand. If he was found mentally ill, he should be in a mental hospital. How is this possible? I said this guy, a former dialysis nurse, was a complete stranger to them and gained access to home through an unlocked door. Armed with a large kitchen knife, he launched a vicious attack on the household. He was stabbed repeatedly in the head with such rage that the bladed butcher knife bent out of shape. He admitted to the officer that he had stabbed and killed the child. He was sentenced to 20 years in 2018 after he was found not guilty by reason of insanity. The family said they caused him untold heartache. He didn't just kill my son, he killed every member of the family, every single one of us. Every person sitting here today is a complete different person than they were when they went to bed on December 6th. One of his sisters told the outlet that Xantis stabbed her in the back and then proceeded to stomp on her head. I remember waking up in the room, not where I was at, and looked like he was killing Logan, and Logan was screaming. The boy's father said the sentence handed down was inadequate regardless of his mental state at the time. You took a human being's life, not just a human being, a 6-year-old boy who haven't even begun to live. Yeah, it's pretty easy to get good behavior if you're a stabber and have no knives. What is going on in this country? The officials in the state failed to contact the family and asked if they needed extra protection. As a father, I fear he may come back and finish what he started because, if I remember right, he told Corral that he was going to kill everyone. And if you're a victim or something like this violent crime is going to be released in connection to you or the case or whatever, I think you should be offered some sort of security or protection, or at least a phone call. They didn't even call him and tell him he was getting out. They found out on the news. At trial, close friends recalled Xantis acting strangely in the days before the killing. Evidence showed it pointing to him driving to Florida where he has family before somehow ending up in Versailles. So that's Eastern. For sales is Eastern Kentucky, ain't it? He told officers he'd seen a sign for Gray Street and reminded him of the medical TV show Grey's Anatomy. He told police at the time he believed he needed to reenact surgery inside the home, and that the street name made him think of knives for surgery. Trial testimony said he entered the home, went upstairs where the children were sleeping, and fatally stabbed Logan. After one of the boy's siblings ran to get their father, a fight broke out. Prosecutors disagreed with Xantis' insanity defense, arguing in the court that he was in such a state due to his use of synthetic drugs. Oh, so the guy was all fucking hopped up on some weird drugs like K2 or something. He shouldn't have been able to get insanity. You don't get to claim insanity when you're on drugs. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, folks. They never walk themselves in a police station and stab a cop, do they? They know what they're doing. Mentally ill my ass, definitely. Apparently it works that way in Blue Run shitholes. Yeah. Horrible. Horrible. All right, everybody. We got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Did I not adjust the banner down? Did I not adjust the banner down when we got... No, we don't got 4. I'm sorry. We got another hour. My bad. I forgot. We got another hour after that one. Oof. I totally forgot. We have another hour to go. Yeah, I forgot. I just remembered. I got it. We have another hour. I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot. We're $35 away from a third hour. A third additional hour. My brain got farted there. I'm sorry. I would never short you guys. As part of Operation Summer Heat, FBI Charlotte joined. This is a news story now. Bella knows. You heard her, right? As Operation Summer Heat, FBI Charlotte joined 54 field offices in coordinated effort to crush violent crime. Your FBI, along with our local, state, and federal partners, your math ain't mathin'. Actually, I just realized my math ain't mathin' because I said it was $60 for those memberships. It's only $30. But whatever. I'm not gonna. My math is so screwed up. It doesn't matter. No, I can't. That music's gonna get me. So this is their Operation Summer Heat. North Carolina special agents helped their partners arrest 153 fugitives. Wow. Cool. Operation Summer Heat was simple. Let good cops be cops. In just 3 months, 8,629 arrests, 2,281 guns seized, 4,400 kilograms of coke. That's a lot of coke. 44,000 kilograms of coke. Holy fuck, that's a lot of coke. That's a lot of coke. That's a lot of coke. Wow. 420 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough. That's how you crush violent crime. Wow.
You have to recognize that there was an explosion in violent crime, and it didn't happen in a month or 6 months. It happened over the course of years due to the prior administration's lackadaisical approach against crime, and violent criminals took advantage of that. So the FBI, under my leadership, we came in and they said, okay, violent crime's exploding. Everybody knows that. We see that. You can't walk around these cities anymore. People are getting shot. Kids are getting shot. Drugs are killing our youth. We need to do what the FBI is best at and crush violent crime. So we targeted all the major cities in the country. We called our state and local authorities and we said, we need you all in as task force officers. You have the ground level intelligence. We have to attack the criminal enterprises where they start and their entire spider web of networks across the country. And that's the beauty of summer heat. You have to recognize that.
That's the beauty of summer heat. Summer heat, summer heat, summer heat. FBI's nationwide violent crime crackdown netted over 8,000 arrests in 3 months. Yeah. A kilo is 1,000 kilograms or 1,000 grams, which is roughly a little bit more than 36 ounces or 2.2 pounds. 44 metric tons of coke. That'll keep you up for a while. Yes. Oh, let me fix this. So, all right. So that goal ended. So I'll restart another goal for another hour for the second extra hour towards the third extra hour. I mean, you know what I mean? For one more hour. So we get another goal here for an hour. But I am going to correct the math that I was off with last time, because it was 30, not 60 for those memberships. Mm-hmm. Is this going to actually be an article, or are they going to talk about this? Or going to be probably going to be something, the wrong stuff, isn't it? Oh, you guys can't hear that, can you? Oh, shit.
Because I think when Democrats are done, they're going to have a lot of remorse that they let this shutdown occur.
Oh, about the shutdown. Never mind. So the FBI on Thursday announced that it will efforts to crack down on violent crime nationwide had yielded more than 8,600 arrests over the span of 3 months and a seizure of 2,200 guns. That's a lot of 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 guns. All right. Cool. The Bureau conducted Operation Summer Heat from June 24th to December 20th, which featured teams from all 55 FBI field offices and other law enforcement partners. Initiatives crack down on violent crime in major cities. Kash Patel said the operation netted 8,629 arrests, a seizure of 2,281 guns, 44,559 kilograms of cocaine. You're talking like $25,000 per kilo for like a good price on them. Maybe more now. I don't know. That's a lot of money. 421 kilos of fentanyl off the street. We're not messing around. Our number one mission is crushing violent crime. The FBI said of the arrests, 6,500 fell under the FBI's violent crime and gang program. Bureau and its partners rescued over 1,000 children, and 10 field officers arrested over 30 fugitives that were wanted for murder. So lots of guns in Yayo. That's right. How much did they sink in the Pacific? I don't know. They're not talking. I don't think they're talking about that. That's not that. It's not that. We are grateful to Kash Patel and our FBI agents who removed more than 8,600 violent offenders off the streets. Oh, Bella's moving again. Actually, still see her, right? Under President Trump's directive to make America safe again, the Department of Justice will continue to pursue prosecuting violent crime and dismantling criminal gangs who are wreaking havoc in our communities. That's a good story, right? They can't count the money in the Pacific. It's actually not the Pacific; it's the Atlantic Ocean where they're sinking those boats. It's the like they're considered the Caribbean. It's like the Atlantic. They're coming south out of Cuba, the Guantanamo Bay and other places in the Caribbean, going south towards Venezuela. They're not going in the Pacific. It's the Atlantic. Where will Hunter get his blow? No one knows. No one knows. Guns are tools, but F-wits and shits like Blondie don't care. Even Levitt in a press conference did deny a question about the national red flag law. Yeah. I am not a supporter of red flag laws at all. Oh, hey, I got to open up some more stuff here. More links. Open in 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 links. Okay. Let's do this. Hold on a second. I'm just checking to see if anything is going on that I might have missed. Oh, look at this. NBC News reports women sentenced to 8 years for attempting to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh. We covered that story first on. Have I seen about the news about North Korea cracking down on capitalist breast implants? No, I haven't seen anything like that. That's crazy. Phew. Feds taking credit for work done by local and state Leos. It's possible. Possible they are. The guy. It's a guy, not a woman. Oh, they're using peaceful protest line again, guys. That means they're going to start burning buildings down soon. Why does ISIS snipers at peaceful protests? Yeah. Oh, this is just this is saying. I think this is new. You guys see that? You see this? Watch this communication between this guy wearing the head thing and this woman with the green hat on. This is something going on here. See it? There's some kind of secret communications going on. They're plotting something. They're plotting to blow something up, I think.
Hey, why'd you get arrested? Ask them.
Also, the Portland police are out here arresting people again just for their viewpoint. So here we go, right?
Did you push somebody?
Oh, Jason Lizette comes in with 10 and goes, "Good evening, Jim. Thank you for sharing the news and entertaining me while I can't sleep." Well, thank you for the $10, man. Well, that was loud. And with that, we are now 55 away from a third additional hour. Thank you very much. Every time he plays that, I want to watch Apocalypse Now. Right? So that's what's going on tonight in Portland. They're arresting. That's the guy, Tommy. I think they were talking about getting arrested, right? Earlier. Yeah. Remember, the next time someone defending back the blue, don't back the blue. They're not our friends. Yeah. This is what's going on in Portland. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Portland police have now arrested the man in the Freedom T-shirt for defending himself and knocking out an Antifa member last night in a brawl outside the ICE building. So that's what they did. So they're arresting this guy. This is it. This is them arresting him.
Another conservative down the drain. Probably because he's
The guy with the mic.
Oh, and you guys notice that there's the green hat. Yeah, that's the same guy from last night. He got arrested last night too. But to see the green hat, the green hat behind him, that's one of those National Lawyers Guild. So they probably are in coordination. They're going to find out that these Lawyers Guild people are in coordination with the Portland police, and they're all working together. They were going to make me a major for this, and I wasn't even in the Army anymore. No, this arrest just happened. The investigation already started. I'm sure this is going to be part of it. I'm sure this arrest is going to be part of it because they're clearly working with Antifa and the Lawyers Guild to get people out that are supporting the administration. They're arresting anybody who supports Trump, basically, who supports ICE. That's who they're arresting. So it's going to have to. There's going to be a serious case of federal civil rights case going on here. But serious problems. Yeah. He's the one who responded to being kicked. Yeah, this was last night. This guy was hitting him and kicking him. Mm-hmm. Portland is insane right now. Mm-hmm. Portland police right here. Dialogue liaison officer. This is who they are. This is the people. This is what's going on in Portland, people. Yeah. Green, not National Lawyers Guild again. Yeah, right there. Tell them, arrest that guy. Don't arrest my people. When Democrats are in charge for too long, you got Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Detroit. What do you know? Grandpa, why did civilization end up this way? White liberal women, grandson. Yeah, Antifa, also Antifa. This is one of the investigations happening right here. It's because this cop let this person leave after attacking Katie Davis Court. Yeah, so, all right. Yeah, deep state paid actor. Why are they identifying themselves with the green helmets? Those are the National Lawyers Guild. They're the lawyers that they're Antifa lawyers. They're all part of it. You know, they're paid for by Soros to get, you know, to go, and they basically are responsible. They get funded from Soros and other places, the Tides Foundation, and they go and bond out Antifa people who are arrested. The fact that that lawyer was standing right there with the cops when they decided to arrest the conservative, to me, says they're coordinating. And, oh no, you can arrest that guy. He's not part of us. Or arrest that guy. He's not part of us. No. It's such a web. It's insane. Yeah, it's crazy. So I wonder how much longer the House Republicans will ignore the escalating crisis at the D.C. federal courthouse. Not only are judges systematically undermining the president's policy agenda, often making political statements in the process, grand juries made up of Trump-hating Democrats are refusing to bring indictments sought by Trump's DOJ against criminals in Washington. Last month, a repeat criminal named Cavante Stewart was arrested in D.C. after police found him in his idling car smoking weed. When he was asked to step out of the vehicle, he fled and in the process dropped a loaded handgun. A no-no for this convicted felon. He was also in possession of cocaine and on probation. D.C. federal grand jury, however, refused to indict Stewart on one count of illegal possession of a firearm by a felon. This represents another case of a D.C. grand jury refusing to sign off on charges brought by the Trump DOJ, something without precedent in D.C. So the D.C. U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro, went to the D.C. Superior Court to secure the indictment. This is allowed. She then presented that indictment to Magistrate Judge Zia Farquhar. I've reported on his completely inappropriate and biased comments about the president and the DOJ for weeks, refused to accept the indictment. Farquhar notes that the unprecedented nature of grand juries repeatedly refusing to indict. Green hats are always by the arresting officers. Not sure that means they work together. It seems there's some kind of communication going. Of course, he blames the rest on the DOJ, not the hyper-partisan sitting on those grand juries actively endorsing criminal behavior to stick it to Trump in his order. See? So this is because prior a month ago, there was never a need to repeatedly return no-bill indictments. Typically, when a federal grand jury refuses to return an indictment, either the government takes that message as a warning to go no further, or hopefully, in the rarest cases, presents the indictment to another federal grand jury. This judge's knowledge, what's never happened before was an end run around the federal grand jury completely. Not to mention, this only deepens the growing mistrust of the action of the prosecutors. This sentiment is not unthinkable, but is now irregular. The undersigned will not rubber stamp the breaking of decades-long norm and the rule of law. As such, the court refused to take the grand jury return, another first in this district. Ordering Judge Farquhar to receive the indictment of the Superior Court grand jury vote to return is not enough to unring the bell Judge Farquhar has been banging. Simply put, Judge Farquhar's toxic birds have poisoned jurors, leading them to wrongfully conclude that the U.S. Attorney's Office is lying to grand juries and breaking the law. That's right. This judge has been telling grand juries that not to trust them. Pirro's office has asked Judge Boasberg, the D.C. Chief Judge, to vacate Farquhar's order. A hearing is set for this afternoon. Pirro points to numerous articles citing Farquhar's previously inflammatory and political comments made in court as poisoning potential jurors. It's unacceptable that the Congress not only willfully ignores this conduct, but keeps funding it. I wish Congress would simply remove the D.C. court. It should not have been created in the first place. Right. D.C. Magistrate Judge Zia Farquhar needs to be removed and disbarred for abandoning their duties of his office and for violating his oath of office. Dan Wilson is in prison because a D.C. judge would not accept the pardon language for J6. No one is talking about Dan's case. A man with a nonviolent history, no arrest since he was a stupid 18-year-old. A self-employed electrician from Louisville, Kentucky is rotting in a cell surrounded by murderers in a medium security prison. They couldn't even put him in a camp. Where's Todd Blanche? Where is Ed Martin? They're on it. They're just trying to wait him out. Den of thieves. Mm-hmm. In case you need another reason why the DC court must be abolished, one of the groups that Norm Isa promotes, Free DC, has juror training. Jurors play a critical role in the legal system and can help prevent unjust outcomes in the courtroom. The Democrat Party has become so corrupt that they know they will never be held accountable in the DC cesspool. Same thing happened. You remember the guy who got caught with the whole Trump thing, lying and changing the documents? The Democrat guy that they took him to trial. They refused to convict him, even though it was cut and dry that he was guilty. Teach It series for Juror Project, Monday, Free DC. Yeah, we'll teach you. Tonight, we're teaming up with Free DC for a juror teach-in led by Johnson Quina of the Shaw Library. If you've been called to jury duty or want to understand how to support your community through the court process, come through. Jurors play a critical role. We're talking about the power of jurors have to carefully consider the facts of a case before delivering a verdict, which is fine, but this is your typical TC juror pool. Mm-hmm. Lauren Ober was a J6 juror. She's a podcaster for The Atlantic and a radical Democrat who retweeted George Conway, who recruited nutjob E. Jean Carroll for the lawfare. And in another tweet said, I think everyone in D.C. probably has a couple of classified documents lying around in their house. I know I do. This is who was considered a jury for your peers in the D.C. cesspool.
A juror in one of the January 6 trials and has recounted that experience in the Washington Post. And our friend John Harwood, a veteran Washington correspondent, distinguished fellow at Duke University, longtime journalist. Lauren, what did you learn in your front row seat?
Thanks for inviting me. First of all, I think that what I learned is that there was so much evidence in all of these cases. It was really overwhelming. For one, because people just videoed themselves. The defendant in my case took 1 million videos of himself saying that he did it. It wasn't Antifa. It wasn't the FBI. It wasn't the deep state. It was him. He stormed the Capitol. So, they were kind of telling on themselves.
Yeah. And the obvious friction here is that all of that was proven in the court of law in the cases that led to convictions. But the beneficiary of that failed effort, in some cases, it was the violence failed to change the outcome. In the sedition cases, it was a convicted sedition that didn't resolve in the way they wanted of regime change, has now obviously been overtaken by that beneficiary. So the Trump administration controls all this. Did that cross your mind? Did that hang over any of the feeling in the room? And how did you feel learning that the people that you saw convicted with overwhelming evidence now roam free?
I mean, I didn't think that it was a possibility that 1,600 people would be released. I think that when I was in that courtroom, you're there to do a job. And I think that we executed our civic responsibility faithfully and thoughtfully. To see what's become of it now, it's a scary precedent, to be quite honest. We believe in the justice system for a reason, and to see it cast aside like this is, at least from my perspective, really troubling.
We're joined by very.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're here live. Oh, look, she works for the Atlantic. Loudest girl in the room. The Atlantic discovered their new neighbors were supporting January 6th terrorists. They knocked on their door. We live here now, and it's a story of what happened next. This week's episode, the mother of Ashley Babbitt shot and killed on January 6th, is celebrating a Trump return. She hopes for an alternative history, one that paints them as patriots. These are people, what they're writing this stuff. It's crazy. Yeah. Look at this. Oh, look, I think everyone in D.C. probably has a couple of classified documents lying around their house. I know I do. Well, then she just admitted to having classified documents. And why isn't she being raided? She should be raided. We're at the listen. It ain't hard to feel sorry for the J6 defendant. He's one of the suckers who are going to jail for a guy who has thus far escaped justice. So how this person was allowed to sit on a jury. How this person was allowed to sit on a jury. Here's George, Norm, and a nutjob, Jennifer Rubin, talking about this. The three Democrat stooges would pay for the torture via their rag contrarian. Yeah.
They make you upset. Okay? They look to that's what this is. It's all a giant farce that they think makes people like Norm upset. And that's why they do it. Don't be upset.
These people are all idiots. All right, on to the next story. Maine GOP is calling for a federal investigation of state ballots found in a resident's Amazon package. We saw the stuff, zero firearms except for the guy who ended Babbitt's life. Yeah, nice framing, unbiased news anchor, right? Yeah. It's crazy. You sent me the North Korea thing? Send me the North Korea thing if I want to look something for a bit lighter. All right, let me pull it up. Let me look for it. Oh, this is something I want to cover. That one definitely. This is that one. Let me do this. Hold on. Let me get this other one. Here's the North Korea story from the New York Post. All right. All right. We got this. We got this about the Maine GOP. Treason arrest counter. All right. And Carrie Lake says, raise your hand if you want serious election reform and arrest for the past election fraud. Here's the Washington Times. Maine GOP calls for a federal investigation of state ballots found in residents' Amazon package. A Maine state GOP lawmakers are asking Attorney General Bondi and the FBI for a federal investigation into an incident involving state ballots that were found in an Amazon customer's package. Republican leaders sent the letter to Bondi and Patel, citing a report by a Maine news outlet that a Newburgh resident received Amazon package containing 250 official state election ballots. Times has reached out to the Justice Department for comment. According to WMTW News, the Newburgh resident stated that they had ordered paper plates, rice, and coffee. When they opened the package, it appeared to have been opened previously and retaped. Instead, she found all the items she ordered, along with hundreds of blank Maine state ballots for the November election. Republican legislators stated in a letter to the Department of Justice that Maine Secretary of State Shanna Bellows, a Democrat, has consistently shown she's willing to put partisanship over safety and security of Maine elections. She's used her office to refuse compliance with the Department of Justice after going so far as to tell President Trump to go jump in the Gulf of Maine in response to routine requests for voter registration data requested under the NAVA, National Voter Registration Act. Given Secretary Bellows' continued refusal to comply with federal law and her complete lack of transparency, we request the Department of Justice immediately open an investigation. Discovery of the ballots comes slightly over a month before Election Day and only days before absentee voters voting begins. What's up, KPT? How you doing? Ms. Bellows has ordered an investigation. Safe and secure elections are a top priority, she said in a statement. As soon as we became aware of the allegations of ballots being received outside of the appropriate chain of custody, I immediately initiated an investigation through my Secretary of State Law Enforcement Division. Law enforcement is working diligently to determine who is responsible, and they will be held accountable. We'll not stop until we have answers. GOP lawmaker said Bellows has not provided any details of who will be conducting the investigation or whether the investigation will be conducted by an external agency. There are federal criminal violations that may have occurred, not limited to mail fraud and election fraud, and we request the FBI open an investigation into potential violations of federal law. This incident happened just weeks before question 1. A voter ID referendum is expected to appear on the Maine ballot. So it's weird. There's a voter ID referendum and people are stealing ballots and sending them out to people. The Secretary of State's office shows 19,000 ballots have been requested and 7,244 have been issued. Here's the story, the original story. Maine woman receives 250 state election ballots in Amazon delivery package. As voters in Maine prepare to cast their ballots in a state referendum on November 4th, a Newburgh woman received a surprise delivery. She was expecting a package with household goods, a toy lightsaber, but instead received a bundle of ballots. Discovery raised alarm about election security. Republican Party chairman calls for a federal criminal investigation. The package arrived Tuesday looking beat up and retaped. It was tampered with. Inside, along with the household items, were bundles of ballots and tamper-evident packs of 50, the same format used for election official shipments to local clerks. Election officials who reviewed the photographs confirmed the documents appear to be authentic 2025 ballots. The resident, stunned by the find, immediately turned the ballots over to the town office. I'm greatly concerned for our state and its voting requirements. When I opened it, there was 250 official state ballots.
I'm sure there are, in some isolated instances, some non-citizens may be on the rolls.
Oh, so she's sure there might be some non-citizens on the rolls. Mm-hmm. Do you want to change Bain election laws to eliminate 2 days of absentee voting, prohibit requests for absentee ballots by phone or family members, and ongoing absentee voter status for seniors and people with disabilities, limit the number of Drox boxes, require voters to show certain ID, and make other changes to our elections? The legislation attached to the question, which can be read here, would not only require voter IDs, but would also remove the option to request a mail-in ballot by phone or through family members, and ballot delivery without requesting one for seniors, and require an ID to request a ballot. Would also limit the municipalities to one drop box at the registrar's office. The legislation would also remove 2 days of absentee voting and reduce early voting window. Question 2 is a red flag gun law that would require extreme risk protection orders that would prohibit a person from purchasing, possessing, or receiving a firearm or dangerous weapon if clear evidence is provided that the person is a specific danger without due process in certain situations. Republican Party chairman has called the Department of Justice to get involved. This incident should be treated as a potential crime and a crime scene. I would say so. Got this, which make you feel better. A pro-Palestinian protester attempted to climb a statue in order to vandalize it in Paris today, but unfortunately fell from the top of the monument. Oh well. Oh man, that looked like it hurt. That looked like it hurt. They make them soft over there. That would hurt, but on grass, how do you end up unconscious? Looks like you should land on a soldier blade back. Maybe pour some more milk, Frenchie. Smells like someone died. All right, here's this story. Kim Jong-un ordered emergency crackdown on anti-socialist breast augmentation surgeries. Mm-hmm. Did he break anything? I don't know. Maybe the ground. He might have damaged the grass. He's the boob for the job, says. Pyongyang City Ministry of Public Safety issued emergency orders against the rotten capitalist implants, with perpetrators facing harsh sentences in dictatorship's labor camps. Mm-hmm. So gravity likes France more than the French actually do. Yeah. Just his baguette. Well, he's looking old. Looks like he's losing some hair in the front. Strike teams were deployed to central areas, including Pyongyang, over the summer, where federal agents in civilian clothes scanned for black market doctors and unnaturally buxom women, citing sources in the Hermit Kingdom. Bella scratching. I see the case in Cranford, New Jersey, of the teen hit and run. A teen guy ran over 2 girls on e-bikes and killed them. Was on Fox News Nation, Law and Order. Crazy. No, when did it happen? Today, or is it an older story, or is it new? What is it? Bella, what are you doing? Lay down. Come on. Stop moving around. Mm-hmm. It happened on Monday, but it's unfolding. Women or private doctors caught can face criminal punishment, including being sent to labor camps. The recent demand for boob jobs, eyelid surgery, and eyebrow tattoos have rolled to women in their 20s and 30s soaking in bourgeoisie ideology, said the North Korean government. In mid-September, one private doctor was put on a public trial alongside two 20-something augmentees who all stood with their heads bowed for hours as they were excoriated by a prosecutor. Women living in socialist systems have been corrupted by bourgeoisie customs and have committed rotten capitalist acts. Hmm. Hmm. Does Kim have any progeny? That I know of. I don't think he's ever been married or the nut's ever been reported. I know he has a sister. Illegal contraband displayed at the trial includes smuggled silicone, medical tools, and bundles of cash, which were seized by the Northern Gyeonggi Province Security Bureau. This is not the first instance of North Koreans falling prey to the trappings of the bourgeois lifestyle. The handful of hardened soldiers sent from the autocracy to the front lines of Russia had their minds blown before getting to the battlefield, getting hooked on pornography, encountered with the first free use of the internet, according to a Financial Times reporter. Bella probably has narcolepsy. Maybe. So that's that story. Then we got this. Sean Diddy Combs sentenced to over 4 years in prison for living the thug life. Bella's nice. Jim is nice to Bella. He takes her for a drag every few hours. Yeah, I just put the thing on her, drag her along. Yeah. So, what do you think about that? Diddy got 4 years, just over 4 years. Kim has a wife and a mistress. Okay. I thought he was some kind of human trafficker and all this, and he gets just over 4 years. But then you got like the people like that Tina Peters that got 9 years for making a copy of the voter file so that it could get wiped when they were telling them to erase it and update it to erase the voter file. Kind of messed up if you think about it. Yeah. I think he should have got more. Sean Diddy Combs sentenced to more than 4 years in prison. Judge Arun Subramaniam sentences Sean Diddy Combs to 50 months in prison. So we finally come to the climax of the long-running, high-profile criminal case of disgraced rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Married, he may have Tina Peters. Yeah, she got 9 years. He got 4. He may have 3 kids, but only one confirmed. Had many of his wife's former coworkers executed because they knew she was not innocent and chaste. When Diddy was acquitted of most serious charges of sex trafficking and racketeering that could carry up to life, he was still convicted on prostitution charges that could potentially see him serving 20 years' time. Defense wanted him sentenced to time served and walking out of prison soon after sentencing. The probation service recommended 60 to 87 months. Prosecution was asking for 135 months. Yeah, I agree. Beautiful messy ball. He says, I know far too much about things he has done, and Maureen Comey undercharged the case. It was sanitized version of the crimes he actively committed. What is Jim's Twitter? It's Jim Satala at. Oh, I can show you. I'll put the link in the chat. Hold on. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. I'll put it in the chat. There you go. You tag me in some articles about the Cranford hit and run. Oh, thank you. So the prosecution was asking for 135 months over 11 years. For Diddy, 5 lawyers spoke: Jason Driscoll, Brian Steele, Nicole Westmoreland, Xavier Donaldson, and Mark Agnifilo. Agnifilo, I don't know. Anyway, prosecuting team had one less figure as Maureen Comey fell in disgrace with Trump's DOJ even before her former FBI father was indicted. AUSA Christy Slavic complained that victim Mia was no longer going to address the court due to bullying by defense, and the judge agreed. She defended the prosecution at least 135 months. The defendant tries to argue that it's just a sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle, but this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to violence at trial. The defense respect for the law is lip service. Slavic further noted that Combs booked speaking engagements for Miami next week. That is the height of hubris. The defense lawyer spoke. Jason Driscoll talked about sentencing in a similar cases, pointing out that Diddy made no money out of it. Nicole Westmoreland sobbed as she described the rapper as an inspiration. The defendant's children approached and a 12-minute video was shown. You guys want to watch this video presentation from his children? I don't. Not really.
And be better about what you do.
Running. Make sure. Yeah, no, we ain't watching this. So Attorney Brian Steele also came with teary eyes to talk about Diddy's hard upbringing and difficult conditions in prison, adding he will never be a danger. He's a civil rights leader. Diddy's a civil rights leader? No. Listen, they rigged this trial because there was information on Diddy's hard drives and on his systems that they wanted. That's the bottom line. Then there was Reverend Dr. Johnson. I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I'm close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son put them on, Sean needs an opportunity. What? A last-second addition to the list of speakers saw Mr. Giovanni Sades, executive director of Reentry One, arguing that Diddy's event in 1 week was not a speaking engagement, or rather a healing. The judge gave Cyrus 1 minute to speak, which corroborated the feeling that Diddy's lawyers were overdoing it. While it was ongoing, the New York Post reminded us earlier today, Judge Arun Subramanian hinted at how much prison time he'll give Sean Diddy Combs on the 2 prostitution convictions. The judge said he calculated a sentencing range from 70 to 87 months. That's a window of less than 6 years and up to a little more than 7. Lead attorney Agamfilio also spoke and argued that Diddy revealed he had PTSD and other disorders. I'm going to ask you to release him today. He's been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn of this case. This is also a form of general deterrence, the publicity they got. Ms. Ventura's lawsuit has destroyed his business. We're proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for a mental health problem. Slavic spoke again, trying to show precedent for the request for a sentence of 135 months. Diddy is a master puppeteer of his own image, not a changed man. Tensions were also running high as 2 people were arrested outside the courtroom during the sentencing. A man and a woman, agitators or social media influencers, verbally abusing cops all day. What's it say? Diddy helped Shine take a fall for him, and then Shine went on to become a politician in Belize, where Diddy helped him get elevated and funneled money to him through his campaign. Okay. In the 90s. You 100% agree there was rigging in a trial of prosecutors? Yeah. Trial was just a rigging so that they could take the evidence that they didn't want to go public, because basically Diddy was running the same shit that Epstein was running, just a different group of people. You know? Yeah, the judge's name is sus. I never liked this. Thanks for progressives. Yeah. Another Biden appointee. Diddy was the last one to speak himself. He said he was very sorry and doesn't take lightly to his actions. He apologized to Cassie Ventura, Jane, and the other victims and their families. And he said he was sick from drugs. He sobbed and he was doing his best. He hates himself. And he'll never, ever do it again. He'll be a good boy. And so finally it was time for a judge to decide. And the judge said that Diddy was not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. but there was many things to consider. History of good work can't wash away the record in this case. Despite the rapper's assurance not to do it again, a judge reminded him after Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, he still punched Jane in the head during a sex marathon. The judge considered that a sentence over 11 years asked by the prosecution was not reasonable, but that just 14 months of time served as defense asked would not be sufficient. Here, the data shows a wide variety of sentences, and weighing all the relevant factors, the court determines that a sentence of 50 months of incarceration. Yeah, another thing that Bonnie screwed up, Comey should have been fired. Yeah, Comey should have been fired long before this. Judge rejects Combs' defense request to scrap his conviction or allow for a new trial. So, Johnson & Johnson stock dropped after the verdict. Yeah. There's another case that I saw that I thought was interesting. Prosecutors seek to have ex-Green Beret accused of a failed Venezuelan plot back in custody. Photo shows provided by Neon, former U.S. Green Beret Jordan Gurdu holds an assault rifle. Well, whatever, assault rifle. Federal prosecutors are seeking to return to custody a former Green Beret accused of plotting to invade Venezuela in 2020, arguing that he is at risk of fleeing the United States after allegedly threatening a filmmaker who posted a $2 million bond for his release. Over the objections of prosecutors, a judge in Tampa last year ordered Gurdu released a few weeks after he was arrested on weapons smuggling charges tied to the failed coup. Filmmaker Jen Gatian had pledged her $2 million Manhattan apartment as collateral. Prosecutors said the court would have likely kept Gurdu in jail pending trial, had it known about the undisclosed side agreement for the three-time Bronze Star recipient to surrender to his attorney significant cryptocurrency holdings and other assets to mitigate her financial risk. Gaten is the co-director of Men of War based on Godot's account of the raid that ended with several combatants killed by security forces and two of his U.S. Special Forces buddies locked away in a Venezuelan prison. The documentary debuted last month on Amazon Prime. Ashton Kutcher is breathing better tonight. Of course, Mila is nowhere to be found in his circle. I wouldn't be so sure anyone's breathing better tonight. This doesn't mean the indictments are over. Yeah. I also blame his fans for giving him wealth and power, idolizing him. Well, it's the same story, but in military.com. They seek to have the ex-Green Beret accused of the failed Venezuelan plot back in custody. All right, we got 14 minutes left to go in the show tonight. I don't see anything really going on anywhere. No, Oh, I'm looking for something. Hold on. I don't see it. I'm looking for something. I don't see it. I don't see it here. Whatever. It is what it is. All right. Sorry. That is correct. Beautiful. But with Homey in charge, do you really expect that? Yeah. Report me some weird places. I look up one day and some shirtless guy's making his boobs dance. What do you mean? Who's making his boobs dance? Me? What are you talking about? Oh, that. That thing. I don't know what that was. I can't remember who that was. I sent you to. 65 left. What do you mean? What? No, 55. Someone. I think someone sent. What? What do we have in it? Banners. It's 55. Yeah, there was a $10 donation from Jason Lizette. So dropped it down to 55. Yeah, we got 55 left, but I don't think we're gonna make it. So I was just looking to see what's going on here. Right, we got 10, 11 minutes. So it is what it is. No worries. No worries. We will see. Yeah. Wherever you sent me, I don't remember where it was. I sent you to. I know I sent you guys one time to this guy, this Australian guy, Liam Gray, I think his name is, and then I sent you to another one time to old dude or Pat Dixon, and another time to maybe to a guy that was was supposed to be doing karaoke, but I don't remember. Mhm. So yeah, so federal prosecutors are seeking to return this guy back into custody. So I think it was something about a snake. Oh, no, I sent you to oh no, that was been Camelot. I sent you to Camelot. Camelot. He was doing Naked Snake. All right, yeah. You got this. Breaking news. Fannie Willis has agreed to appear under oath before the Georgia Senate Special Committee on Investigations November 3rd. Please tell her to wear Spanx if she chooses another inappropriately tight dress. Remember this? I'm here to testify. Who was the talking wolf? Oh, that would have been talking wolf was John Malin. That was John Malin. Was a stream for that, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Mark your calendar. Fannie Willis is under oath. 11/13/2025. After more than a year of fighting, Republican state senators said they have struck an agreement with attorneys for the Fulton County District Attorney, Fannie Willis, paving the way for her under oath testimony later this fall. You wouldn't think it would be that hard for state senators to get an attorney general, an attorney, district attorney in their state to come testify. You would think. You think there's a long game of 3D chess happening now, and that's why Trump got rid of Comey 1 and Comey 2? My God, is it's the tip of an iceberg? Well, I hope so. I hope so. Mm-hmm. Fannie Willis to appear before the Senate committee in November. Fulton County District Attorney will appear before Georgia's Special Senate Committee on Investigations. The committee's chairman said Friday the committee subpoenaed Willis to testify about her persecution of President Trump. Willis has fought the subpoena but lost in court. Yeah, for like 3 years she's been fighting it. Chairman confirmed the attorney that Willis will appear November 13th. Her counsel has indicated she'll be available on that date and will honor subpoena subject to certain limitations in the scope of the questioning. I think they also want to make clear that the chair, that minority leader, will be posing the questions. Of course, that's our rules anyway. Coward said the committee may hold one more meeting in October to hear from state ethics officials, adding he wants to have a report ready before the next session of the General Assembly. Jim's raids are a crapshoot. I love the guy. No shade, Jim. No, it's hard to pick a raid. Like when I'm like I could show you. Like I can only send you to people that'll let me send you to them. And right now, there's only like 2 things live right now. I can send you to over to there's a members only stream that I can't send you to. Like right now, the only thing that's running that's live right now that I can send anybody to, it looks like, is Ballers, Mandy Summers' channel. With, you know, Shane Davis and Dale Keown and Mandy Summers. But that's it. That's like the only thing live that I can send you guys to. The Supreme Court of Georgia declined to hear Willis's appeal challenging her disqualification. That's right, she was disqualified. Willis was disqualified from hearing the election interference case because of her romantic relationship with the lead prosecutor. Prosecuting Attorney's Council of Georgia will appoint a conflict prosecutor, according to a statement from its executive director. There was a gunfight on the next street over. I thought it was fireworks, but nope, the cops are right there. Oof, well, I hope you stay safe, man. Yeah. You're streaming Fallout 3 Vegas, but I don't know if I have raids on. Well, and I'm kind of boring to watch. You're stuck with us. I don't know what that means. I'm stuck with you. Hmm. Who's that? Yeah. And here, the Republican-led Senate committee plans to question Fannie Willis next month. After previous attempts to bring Willis before the committee formed to investigate her failed, the committee chairman says he expects the Fulton County District Attorney to appear for questioning next month. There's various forms of misconduct against Willis, even before Trump embarked on a retribution campaign against his enemies. Republican. Oh, what the fuck? You know, I can't even read this. You know, they're going to do this shit. This is the AP saying this. So yeah, they're seeking to bring her in, and then this is the Atlanta Journal-Constitution or whatever. It says Fannie Willis will testify in November. We'll have to see what happens with the testimony. Then we got this. It says breaking news: the official beginning of the end of Fannie Willis RICO case. Judge McAfee has ordered a dismissal for want of prosecution, effectively 10/17/25, if the prosecuting attorney's counsel can't find another DA. So they're going to dismiss the charges, which they should have done already anyway. In fact, that Scott McAfee hasn't done anything about it just shows that he's a tool bag. He's allowed this to go on. Georgia Court of Appeals having disqualified the entirety of Fulton County District Attorney's Office. The duty falls on the prosecuting attorney's counsel to identify a replacement. Should an appointed prosecuting attorney or replaced representative fail to file an entry of appearance or request a particularized extension within 14 days, the court will issue a dismissal without prejudice for want of prosecution. Wouldn't it be with prejudice? How could it be without prejudice? It would have to be with prejudice. You can't do all this and then not prosecute. Fannie Willis' former prosecution of the century, according to the Houston Home Journal, other sources against President Trump, me and several others, has been put on a 14-day countdown of being thrown out of court. It can't happen soon enough. The injustice of this case must be brought to a halt. John Eastman says, earlier today, McAfee, the trial judge in the crazy Georgia electors case brought against Trump, me, and others, and the now disqualified Fannie Willis, ordered that he dismiss the case on October 17th if there's not a new prosecutor appointed or extension requested. Yeah, Fannie Willis is useless. She absolutely bombed the YSL trial. You know, I watched that YSL trial, and I really didn't think there was a case there. I think it was just throwing a bunch of shit at the wall and trying to get it to stick. I mean, chasing reality, LA Stringers. Thanks for the octopus murders. I'll have something to watch next. Why does that sound familiar? I think I might have saw that octopus murders. Judge threatens to dismiss Trump case in 14 days if new prosecutor is not assigned. Fulton County Superior Court judge gave the prosecuting attorney counsel 14 days to assign a new prosecutor. He said he would dismiss the case against all the defendants, which include President Trump. The new prosecutor was not found. Georgia Court of Appeals having disqualified should an appointed prosecuting attorney or representative fail to file entry of appearance, I will issue a dismissal without prejudice for want of prosecution. It should be with prejudice. These people do have civil rights to a speedy trial. The fact that the trial has not occurred speedily means it should be with prejudice. Yeah, she threw everything at them and had nothing. Yeah. Well, the shit she had was like garbage. Significant appearance of impropriety stemming from a romantic relationship. Supreme Court declined to hear her appeal. McAfee said he would dismiss the case with prejudice if the deadline is not met, which leaves the door open for charges to be refiled in the future. It's not with prejudice, without prejudice. That was a miss. The next 6 months will either be glorious, huge indictments, or the same old spin. So hopeful. Me too. I'm hopeful. I'm totally hopeful. Totally hopeful. Hopeful. I'm totally hopeful. I'm totally hopeful. Well, it looks like Ballers it is, I guess. The only thing I can find. I don't see anything else live. Okay. Ballers, you're watching them too? Yeah. Yeah, and that's just judge sets 14-day deadline. Same thing we just read. Here we go. I wanted to put this up. Earlier this morning, President Trump orders I directed lethal kinetic strike on a narco trafficking vessel affiliated with the designated terrorist organization in the U-Southcom area of responsibility. 4 male narco terrorists aboard the vessel were killed in the strike, and no U.S. forces were harmed in the operation. Oh, you're going to bed, Dina? Indictments 300? I hope so. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. The strike was conducted on a Venezuela on a substantial amount of narcotics off the coast of Venezuela. Our intelligence, without a doubt, confirmed the vessel was trafficking narcotics, and people on board were narco terrorists. They were operating a known narco trafficking transit route. These strikes will continue until the attacks on American people are over. I want you to pay attention to this. You're going to watch closely. This is going to happen fast. Boom, shakalaka, shakalaka.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible.
Another drug boat taken out near Venezuela. 4 narco terrorists dead. That looked like a lot of shrapnel from whatever that was. Like I saw all that stuff spread out. So I don't know if that was a drone strike or if that was more. You have a question? What's the question? Go ahead. Need more marshmallows? What's the question? Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and President Trump announced another successful strike on a drug boat, killing 4 traffickers. Trump announced multiple strikes on Venezuelan drug boats last month. Anybody ever think about bringing drugs into the United States? Beware. 3 interdictions in the same night led to seizures of nearly 13,000 pounds of cocaine. Cocaine. If you're transporting drugs that can kill Americans, we are hunting you. Illicit activities by the cartels have wrought devastating consequences on American communities for decades. Yeah, so they're the latest strike was conducted in international waters just off the coast of Venezuela. With the exploding a boat full of drugs like that, don't the drugs go into the ocean? What does that do to us? That amount of drugs in the ocean that big, nothing. I mean, they drop loads into the ocean all the time. I mean, if they were disintegrated, it all depends on. You were wondering if that was shrapnel or coke flying into the water. I mean, we still out here where I live, every once in a while people find bales floating. They call it square grouper, and turn it in. It'll wash them on the shores because they take those boats and then they dump it out and then people come and pick it up later. Eat more seafood. If it gets into the fish or whatnot, if that got into the fish would probably die. If it was strong enough to get into them. I mean, it depends on what it is. Like cocaine, I don't know. I mean, might get some very expensive fish. I don't know. Boat landed with enough drugs to kill 25 to 50,000 people was stopped earlier this morning off the coast of Venezuela. Yeah, so we saw that. Same thing from U.S. strikes another alleged drug trafficking boat near Venezuela, killing 4. What's this? Politico says the Treasury Department's considering minting a $1 Trump coin that says "fight, fight, fight." Oh wow! Cocaine probably makes it impossible to catch the little fishies. Probably they swim too fast. In a few years, God forbid, we have a Democrat president. The smuggler's family will sue, get millions from us, an official presidential apology. Yeah. Powdered cod. Probably that will happen. All right, everybody. Well, I want to thank everybody who was here this evening. Thank you all for being here. Please remember to hit the like button if you haven't. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Please I'll be on the lookout for the shorts and shorter videos coming because they will be coming. And you're fine. I understand. I mean, I'd be more worried about the mercury that they're releasing into the waters with other stuff. That's bad. And that's why you can't eat so much tuna and everything. You got to be careful. And if anybody's in Rumble, Gundam Zig, or anybody, if you're in Rumble and you want to raid it out to someone, go right ahead. Raid the chat out, please, whoever's in Rumble. And have a good night, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow or tonight, Saturday night. Saturday Night Live in New York. It's Saturday night.